culture, repping the Yahweh. Emotes in the chat, praising the message. Flat cap on point, teaching eternal lessons. Everybody in here blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Everybody in here blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Digital pulpit, preaching like a pro. Followers grow as the faith overflow. Keyboard clicks, holy words they stick. Raining blessings down with a slick rhyme trick. Virtual congregation, united in devotion. 1 year strong, a spiritual promotion. He's a life coach with divine instructions. Streaming holiness, no room for interruption. Flat cap changed the game, new pastoral fame. Virtual shepherd, he's embracing the mainframe. In the comments, affirmatives and amens. With each Goliath tackled, faith extends. Everybody in here blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. 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 Digital pulpit, preaching like a pro. Followers grow as the faith overflow. Keyboard clicks, holy words they stick. Raining blessings down with a slick rhyme trick.
Flat cap pastor dashing through pages. Chronicles, Gospels, prophets, sages. Leviticus, laws to Paul's fine phrases. Turning them corners of spiritual mazes. Genesis to Revelation, so divine. Flip them scripts, endless grace you'll find. Psalms singing sweet, unbroken lines. Hitting that rhythm, wordplay.
Welcome in, everybody. Happy conference day. Welcome to DMCon, everybody in the chat. We do a thing. So I'm Andy, as you can see from the name here, Chena Mage, also known as, yes, you should have sound. There's a couple of things, couple of ground rules we're going to have to go over. But first and foremost, we do a thing here on the internet, especially at the church that I'm a pastor at, and also Druzy is a pastor at, and also Mark Lutz, when he pops in. We do a thing called fives in chat. Now, we don't, we can't clap. Like, we can't actually put our hands together on the internet. And so anytime we want to clap, anytime we want to give high fives, we put high fives in chat. So do me a favor, put some stinking fives in the chat for the fact that we're actually doing a conference on Discord. This is the most experimental thing. Level Up can only count to 4. I'm sorry, bro. He's a professor. He's a doctor. Oh, just everybody shout out to Dr. Level Up. But hey, we are doing this thing on Discord. And so today, you're also being recorded, which is awesome. So everybody say hello to the recording bot that's taking care of everything. Couple of ground rules before we get going. First and foremost, this is DMCon Digital Missionary Conference for gamers in particular. If you are interested in gaming, if you are interested in reaching out into Twitch culture, into Reddit culture, into any sort of gaming server, any sort of forum, any sort of bulletin boards. Do we have bulletin boards around anymore? And we get if you're interested in any of those, you're in the right place. And if you're not, stick around. You might actually learn something. We have a couple of amazing keynote speakers. Leighton Says is going to be coming up. North Hill Live, who tried to join a little bit ago as a speaker already. He kind of jumped the gun. Pastor Druzy, also known as Dalton, is going to be in here with me. And then we have, of course, the one and the only Jate Live coming up a little bit later on. It's going to be an amazing day. So ground rule 1 is make sure to know your venue. You're in Discord. At the bottom of Discord, there's a little button that says music, unmute, or mute music. If you're getting that music in the back, don't worry about that. Just hit that button. It'll go away. Unless you like elevator music, in which case it's weird. Supersonic, this is going to be until about 3:30-ish Eastern, so I'm bad at math, maybe 4 hours or so. We're going to be in Discord the entire time, so the cool thing about Discord is that you can take it with you on your phone, you can chat on your phone, you can do whatever you want. That music is a banger. I totally agree, Dalton. And then we do have the after party, that's right, and we get to hang out, we get to play games together, we get to do anything that we want to. So that's ground rule number 1, is to make sure you know your venue. Number 2, ground rule B, ground rule number 2 is this is an experimental conference, like I said, and with experimental conferences come things that might happen, things that might break, things that might fly off the handle. We might be missing some timing. Deal with it. We're all friends, we're all family, we all love each other very much. So that's ground rule number 2. Ground rule number 3 is come on with all the questions you got. Chat is going to be wide open. If there's something like super you are super interested in something and there is a question that you really want to ask, we do have the ability to pull people up on stage. For instance, right now I am going to pull our good buddy Flat Cap Dapper Pastor up on stage. He has his hand up. There he is, right there. Look at that. I just pulled Flat Cap Dapper Pastor up onto the stage. Flat Cap, hello.
Hey, how we doing?
Oh, fantastic. See, this is like the beauty of the internet. Flat Cap, I'm going to send you away because you're going to actually be speaking a little bit. So bye, Flat Cap. He's gone. He's actually going to be speaking in a little bit. So you're going to get to see a lot of him. But come on with your questions. Come on with anything that is striking your heart, anything that God is doing. We're here. We're our family. And we want to be able to support you in all of that. Now, all of this, it could not be possible without the help of the Church Digital. Jeff Reed is here as well. Fives in chat for Jeff Reed and kind of everything that's been happening with the Church Digital. We're going to have some really exciting announcements over the course of the next few hours. Whitebeard just gave, I think, 5 threes, which is like, or maybe 6 threes or 7 threes. I don't know. That's a very holy thing if he gave 7 threes. Hey, Wes, good to see you, man. Feel free to, bounce around as well. You're also going to see in the sidebar, kind of in the channel listings, there are a bunch of channels that are open. DMCon chatter is just kind of our normal chatter thing. DMCon info is for any info that we might need to post. Then you're going to see a bunch of text channels with a bunch of sponsor names, Global Church Movements and Next Steps and God Tools and Right Now Media and BAM Portals and Reliant and then the Church Digital. Those are simply sponsor booths. Head on in there during any of our breaks. We will have a couple of breaks throughout. Head on in there, read read over some of the information, leave any messages or anything that you want to have the sponsors get back to you on. For example, Warrior of Light already dropped something in the Reliant sponsor booth, which is totally awesome. John Crawford, we love that dude. He's going to be joining us a little bit later. You have an option to move Chino Mage to the audience. Maybe don't do that. I got to strip some of the powers out of here. I do have the ability to ban anybody. Don't do it, Phantom Mythos. Don't do it. And outside of all of that, you're also going to see obviously our stage, and then below that, you're going to see a bunch of hangout rooms. If you have any questions for any of our keynote speakers or any of the mission sponsors, as long as they're here, they will be in the missions or in the sponsor rooms a little bit later. And yes, you can ask all the questions you want. You can hang out and do whatever you want. We also have at the very bottom a gaming hangout channel. If for any particular reason you feel like you need to retreat to your favorite game, head on over to the gaming channel, the gaming hangout channel, which is going to lead me actually to a couple of interesting questions that I need to know from you. This one's going to be in the chat. Question number one, where do you call home? What is the place that you're calling home? Either you can tell me where you grew up, where you're living now. League of Legends is not your home, Druzy. Wichita is where Druzy is living. Let me know in the chat right now where you're living. I myself am in the Tampa area of Florida, but I actually call Michigan my home. Flint, well, just north of Flint. I can't say Flint because everyone's like, oh, that's the place with the weird water, and you must have gills, and you must have radiation poisoning, which is probably true. Overland Park, Enumclaw, I don't know where that is. St. Pete, Florida, hey, shout out. Eastern Time, says Mark. Massachusetts, Frank says Eastern Time, Massachusetts. Napanee, Ontario. Stirling, Scotland, also another Scotland hailing there. Central Valley, Go Blue, absolutely. West is from Atlanta. We got Colorado. We've got Ocala. What's up, Jose? I call him Jose as Jose Mourinho, soccer thing. Spokane, Washington, D.C., East Lansing, Dresden, Germany. What's up, Simeonski? Good to see you. East Lansing, go blue. You're from East Lansing, but you said go blue. Matthew, my man. Home is where the heart is, says Jack. West Michigan, Metaverse, Ohio, San Francisco Bay Area. Awesome. Keep those rolling in. Question number 2, and this is going to really determine kind of the outcome of this entire conference from you. Are you a dark mode or are you a light mode person? What do you prefer? For me, I'm dark mode all the things. I cannot stand light mode. Light mode feels, wow, one light mode from Blessed Tim. Man, you are dark mode all day, dark. This is dark mode for life, absolutely. I think this is like gray mode. Are you a civilian contractor for the army? Yes, embrace the darkness, absolutely. 50-50, says Frank. Light mode offends me. Mark, you and me, brother. That is absolutely true. Light mode offends me. And I guess light mode is too much like sunlight. You know, here's the interesting thing is that when you put light mode on a screen that's like this far in front, I did it yesterday. This prompted this question because I needed to see something real quick, and I turned light mode on, and it felt like the fire of 1,000 suns burning into my retina. And then the last question, what's your desert island game? Let's say you had internet access, you had a perfect computer or any console that you wanted. What's the desert island game? What's the only game that you would bring to the desert island? FIFA, well, you got to put a number on that one. Enshrouded is a good one. There's a million FIFAs, Whitebeard. Borderlands 4, Overwatch, Ark, XCOM 2, okay, League of Legends, says Druzy, I knew that one. College Football 26, let's go, DeMarcus. Go blue in that one too. Michigan looks a lot better in College Football 26. Chair Simulator, fair enough. Power Wash Simulator can have Meridian 59. All right. Pokemon Heart Gold or maybe Minecraft. The newest every year delivered by Amazon. No Man's Sky. Me and you, Methos. No Man's Sky. I think it would either be No Man's Sky or something like Final Fantasy 11. The online one, just Final Fantasy 7, all the remake. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, the Nintendo 64 version. I see we have a man of class in here. Terraria, Rec Room, all of the things. Final Fantasy 7. Keep those coming in. Final Fantasy 7, the original or the remake, Mel? Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. That's also a good choice. Dang, there are some good choices in here. Well, I just want to say that you are welcome in here with all of those games. Tetris? Nah, dude. Tetris is a classic. There's a reason that Tetris has gone on for like 40 or 50 years. Sea of Thieves or Palia. Sea of Thieves, cool. I've honestly played Palia for like 15 minutes. Zork, Nemesis, Whitebeard's all about them text games. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Okay. I'm liking this. We have a very diverse room in here. Well, hey, speaking of diverse, I want to bring my friend Flat Cat back up onto the stage. Throughout this entire conference journey here at DMCon, Whitebeard, Flat Cap and I have been kind of going hammer and tongs, trying to make sure that we have stuff for you all, stuff that actually matters in your digital missionary journey. And, I think a lot of people hear digital missionary, and Flat Cap, you can kind of respond to this as well. People hear digital missionaries and they go, oh, like I've got to go raise the money, and I've got to go do the thing, and I've got to like sacrifice all my time. I've got to go to like some weird off the wall place in the middle of some country that I don't want to go to. And what I think most people don't realize is that God is actually calling people right now, just like you and I and everybody else in this room, to places on the internet. And Leighton is actually one of those. Leighton, I'm sure, is going to talk a little bit about his story, but he was called to a place on the internet. That place is called Twitch. And Leighton has been building an audience, and he has been growing. He's been doing things of the Bible on the audience, in his own channel. And then he pops into our TCD channels every once in a while and does a podcast and blows the door off with these podcasts. And so, Leighton, thanks for being here, man. And I wanted you to kind of lead into your talk a little bit. Do me a favor and introduce kind of the document that we're going to be filling out. I'm going to shrink away. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Leighton Says.
Wow, that was pretty awesome intro there. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, like I say, Andy and I had a bunch of conversations about what we would want it to be. And the thing that I wanted is for you to walk away with something tangible in your hands. And I don't mean that has to be a physical thing. I mean, digital documents, I'm all good with. But you have something concrete that you're walking away with. So if I posted it in the chat there, there's a document in Google Docs that is going to have all of the questions that I'm going to ask. It's going to have all the questions that the other speakers are going to ask. Let me just actually do a screen share here a second if I can. There we go. Share that. So you should be able to see that there. So this is what the document is gonna look like. There's tabs on the bottom. So here's the first talk. There's a tab on the bottom. There are my questions that are in there. There is a way to answer this. So I know that some of these questions you're not going to fully be able to answer right now. We're going to give you time to work on them. So it's not just, hey, it's all theoretical. Hey, it's all in your head. You're resonating with them and you have no time to work on it. So we will give you built-in time during the conference to go and answer these questions. You can't answer one question, then focus on the next one. But today and throughout the next weeks and months as you're filling this out, that'd be your initial answer as you're resolving this. And then the thought process is come and reevaluate this in 3 months, 6 months down the road and see, is it still the same? A year from now, is it still the same? Have you refined who the person is, depending on the question there? And then there's some concerns or things to resolve. So as you're answering questions, maybe something pops up in your mind and you say, oh, I don't know about this. Here's my problem with trying to figure that out. So put some thoughts in there. And then just any speaker notes. Like, I put in notes, like if you ever see notes that I go to a conference, my wife could never interpret them because they have absolutely nothing to do with what the speaker said. It is what my brain does. So any notes that you want to take, but additional thoughts would be where I'm going to put all of my stuff probably. So there's the first talk here, then you get the tab on the bottom. You'll go to the next tab, and then the next tab, and the next tab. So that's all of your information, one document. Download it, make a copy of it, whatever you need to do. You'll have that for the whole of today as we are sharing. Okay, now let me figure out how to stop sharing screen. There we go. So just to back up a little bit on my story, because I didn't plan on being in Twitch. I did not think this is what I was going to do. I never felt like, I mean, I always loved playing games. We were asking what games. My most of the time game of choice is Assassin's Creed. I do have Dishonored, Rise, Shadows, so I'm an RPG player. That's where I'm going to spend my time. I'm just looking. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 Assassin's Creed sitting right in front of me that we could pull out and play if you wanted to. But I never thought that's what God was going to use me for. And the thing that's interesting, and I put this on one of the videos trying to promo everything, was I got into drama ministry when I got into college, and that's where I met my wife. And then I thought I'm never going to do anything with this because I really didn't think I was going to. That's not what I was going to do. And then years later, I was feeling God's tug on my heart to do something in ministry. And I was at this conference. I had people who prayed over me. I got back, I picked up the bulletin, and it said, we're looking for someone to head up and do our drama ministry for the church. And I went, wow, this feels like an answer to what God's calling me to do. But my thought was, can I actually go do something that I think is fun and God use it? And the answer is yes. And so that was kind of I call it the rejuvenation of the dream that God gave me as a kid. I'm one of those weird kids at 7 years old, went around and told everyone I was going to be a pastor when I was 7 years old. So God put that in my heart. Then when I was in seminary, I thought I was going to be a church planter. That didn't happen. Then I served in several churches. So along the way, I kind of see detours that keep happening. And one of those detours happened during COVID when I was sitting home. And a friend of mine I'd been watching or listening to, hadn't watched him yet, Pastor Brock VR, was doing ministry in VR spaces and on Twitch. So I started watching him. And then I just started moving into that space. And as I was thinking about things, one of the things that we talk about a lot in church planting is who is the one person that God is calling you to reach. But before we get into that, let me just pull up my, there we go. Might as well put my title up here. I mean, I worked on it so that you guys could see it. Oh, wrong one. There we go. So one quest, one focus. So when Andy and I were sitting down and saying, what should this conference be? My thought was, I want someone to be able to guide a person who has been called to do digital ministry, but doesn't know how or who. And I want them to be able to walk away and be able to feel like God has definitely called them. And now they have some tangible things that they can focus on and be able to do in the space. And so I don't know how many of you played Zelda when it first came out. I know I got Mario here on the screen, but overall, just thinking about old games when they came out, they didn't have multiplayer very often. They were one player, you played the hero. There was the idea to rescue the princess, whether that's Zelda or Mario. You're going to go rescue the princess. There's obstacles to overcome. You gain power for the journey, and then you finish the game. And I just think sometimes there are so many options that are out there that we lose focus. I mean, I'm trying to think of what game it was, but some things have gotten so open world that I never finish the game because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm the person that wants to do every side quest so that I have infinite power and I go against the level 50 characters when I'm finally level 100 and I just waltz through the game with ease. Well, you can't spend all of your time doing side quests or you never complete the game. You never actually go do the mission that is the purpose of the game in the first place. We can easily get distracted by everything else that is happening. So that's why I want to help you be able to figure out what is your one quest, your one focus. But I want to go in a little bit different direction than maybe you've heard before. So I'm going to go over a couple things, and then I'm going to give you time to reflect on these in your worksheets. And when we go to time on the worksheets, you can leave the stage area. If you're a verbal processor like me, if you've got people that are together in a ministry that you're together with, like there's those who are here with Lux Digital Church. If you want to go to one chat room and hang out there and have conversations and work on your document, that's great. If you don't want to work on your document, you just want to talk it out, that's great. I don't care. I'm just trying to provide the things for you to help you be able to do this. So what is the basic human need that you need to meet? Now, there's different ways of talking about this. I'm not talking about hierarchy of needs here with Maslow. I think it's Maslow. But what people's basic needs are in life. And yeah, Maslow. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Andy. The basic need someone has. Does someone have a basic need for goodness? This is a person who looks at the world and the world is filled with evil all over the place. They watch the news. They're downhearted by it because it's just overwhelming. They need to find goodness. So if you are a person who's bringing goodness, you are going to reach that person that looks at the world and all they see is bad everywhere. They don't have goodness in their life. Their life is filled with all kinds of tragedy or whatever it is, or you know, so that's what you'll be bringing when you bring goodness. Now, some people need to have truth brought to them. They don't know. There's so many voices out there. There's the flat earthers on one side who are telling you that you need to believe this, and there's the regular people looking at a globe and saying it's obvious, and they really are seeking truth because it's so noisy out there, and they need someone to speak truth to them of what's going on. Or perhaps they need freedom. Like they grew up in a church that was rigid and defined, and you had no ability to do anything. Everything was rules, and they haven't found freedom in Christ. And so what you can bring to them is freedom, and they're longing for it. They've been in chains of bondage to do's and don'ts, and they need freedom, and maybe that's what you bring. I'm not going to go through all of these in that kind of detail, but you begin to see how these things are things that people need. There's a lot of people that I run into in Twitch that need a place to belong. Felt needs versus real needs. Exactly. And it can be both a felt and a real need. So they need a place to belong. A lot of people need a place to belong. Hope is another thing that people need. Life at times can feel hopeless. They don't know that tomorrow is going to be better than today. So I want to bring that. Like I'm tipping my hand here. Hope is one of the things, and I have a buddy that's down the road. I met at a conference, which is funny. I went to Orlando to meet somebody that's a half an hour away from me. He lives inner city, and he calls himself a hope dealer. That is what his mission is to bring hope to people. Some people need confidence. They don't believe that what they have to say is valuable, and they need other people to believe in them and to come behind them. Connection. I mean, online, people are looking for connection all over the place. They're looking for a place that will accept them. And this isn't saying accept them for their doing sin, and they want people to, say it's okay. Like, hey, I'm having an affair with my wife, and I need to find people who agree with me that that's a cool thing to do. No, not that kind of thing. That, hey, like me, I'm a little weird. I got hats and I got fish, and that's who I am. You need to know that, and I'm not changing that. But I want you to accept me because I wear all these hats all the time, and I have a few of them. So it's about, I'm not trying to change you. I am going to embrace you for who you are. Joy, a lot of people do not have things to celebrate in their life. Can you bring them something to be able to celebrate? Support. This can actually be physical support. It can be financial support. It can be emotional support. What is it that somebody needs? And how can you bring that to them? Significance. A lot of people have no place where they're significant. They feel like they are a nobody. And when they find a place that they can contribute, they can find significance. And some people need revelation. They need someone to speak into them and to bring something new. So my question is, what basic human need do you meet? So I am going to bring a certain approach to things. So rather than trying to figure out who I'm going to reach first, I want you to think about who it is that you are going to be reaching. So I am seeing a few people typing in the chat. Make sure you make a copy of this for yourself so that you can fully access that, and we won't be all sharing the same one when you open that up, or download it, and then you'll have it for yourself. So you go in and identify which one of those, and I would say you can go with two. There's probably top two. Actually, as I think about it, what I do on stream is two things, and what I do in Discord is two different things, but that's okay. So what I'm bringing to people that they find first, and then the needs I'm meeting later. So think about those, and you'll have more time to look at that in just a little bit. Now, this is connected off of Crew, and we'll talk about Crew later on, of their audience map. And so I want to unpack this in a different way than they're using it, but I might feel called to a certain group of people, and I'm comfortable addressing people who are going to be in a relationship with Jesus in one of these spaces. So maybe they're hostile to the gospel. The trolls that are showing up. Maybe you feel good and able to be an evangelist and confront people that are going to argue with you, that are going to say things about Jesus. Maybe that's where you are. So is that where you are? You're able to go to hostile people? Then that's going to help you figure out those things. Are you going to people who are uninterested? It's a little bit harder to get people who are uninterested. So, for instance, you're just playing FPS game, you're shooting some people, and then you're saying, hey, I know you probably didn't come here to talk about Jesus, but let me tell you about my Jesus. Maybe that's the group that you're called to, some people that are uninterested. And believe it or not, there are people that are unaware. They just have no idea. I mean, they know, they've heard about Jesus. They've never studied him. They live in a country where maybe they never grew up around Christians. They just don't have any idea, and they're completely unaware. So in this relationship with Jesus, where are the people that you want to reach? Are they open? They're open to the gospel. They just haven't had anyone tell them about it. Dual, this would be, well, I know about Jesus, but I also have another religion, and I'm just trying to put every piece together that I can. So I'm going to put anything together that works. Or maybe they're unclear. They watch the different people on television, and they hear different things, and they don't understand the difference between a Catholic, a Baptist, a Methodist, a Mormon, and they just have no idea. All these people saying Jesus, but I don't really understand anything about it. And some of us might be looking for those people that are seekers. They're out there, they're looking for Jesus, they want to know more about him, and so they're already going towards Jesus. Or maybe you're called to people who are already professing Jesus. So maybe at some point in their life, they said the sinner's prayer, or they grew up in church, they know about Jesus, they have a relationship, but they have no activity. So they might be professing. Maybe they are the ones that go to Christmas and Easter service, but they're not doing more. Maybe you're called to those, or maybe you're called to someone who's growing. They're already on the path. They just need a mentor to come alongside and disciple them. Maybe somebody's grounded in the word, but they're not growing. They're far away. They're established, but they don't know what to do. Or maybe they're fully engaged. I mean, maybe you're called to the people that are already fully engaged. So you would be called to take a discipleship group and help them be able to move into leadership in some way. And then there's those who are called to multiply other people. So it's taking Christians, helping them go to the next level of something that they are going to be working on and doing. So my question is for you to figure out these two things, because I want to start with you first. One of the things that I always struggle with, I'm trying to find that person out there to start with. My Saddleback Sam, if you know what that reference is, Saddleback Church, did everything based on one person that they identified. But I think you have to figure out who you are first. So are you interested in people that have no relationship with Jesus? Are you interested in people that already have a relationship with Jesus? Are you interested with people that are wherever they are? And then the other one was what basic need do you have? So I'm going to stay here, but I'm going to invite all of you to go take, how much time do we have, Andy? 5-10 minutes? Let's get a timer at 5-ish. Yeah. Go take like 5 minutes. You can go jump into another chat, and you can go over to any one of the other voice channels that's open if you want to chat with other people. Otherwise, just spend some time in reflection, thinking about what those are. Yeah, Andy, thanks for posting that again. So start filling it out, answering those questions. What basic human need do you meet? And what relationship with Jesus do you want to reach? And if you have questions, you want to stay here, you can post those in the chat. If you go off to the other ones, we will meet back here at 11:35. So be back here at 11:35. I'll stay here, and I'll just answer any questions you have in the chat. right. Seeing some really good stuff in the chat. Hope that was enough time to think through some of it, and some really good questions around things. So one of them was, how do I know who it is that I might be called to? Well, let me just ask this. If I have an engagement with someone who's a troll, who comes in and they're hostile in my stream or someone else's stream, do I get excited about the ability to have a conversation about Jesus with them? To engage them, to bring them from a point of hostility to neutrality, if you will, then that might be the person you're called to. So it's kind of like that. Oh, I get really excited when this kind of a person shows up, someone of another faith who's uninterested in Christianity. Do I get excited when somebody is open, when they come in and they're like, hey, I like what you're doing. You said something about Jesus. I'd like to know more. Or someone who is already professing faith, but they're not active. They, yeah, I'm a Christian. Well, can you really define what that is? So it's somewhat, I think you get excited about working with that person, talking with that person is going to be part of it. There is also some ways where God may call you to people that you don't get excited about. He might put you in places. So it's not that you only reach one person, but it's like, here's where I'm going to be engaging or spending my time, because God keeps bringing that kind of person in front of me, and then I enjoy that, so I'm going to be keep doing that. Dr. Heel said, it sort of goes beyond what relationship with Jesus do I want to reach, and what relationship do I feel God is calling me to reach. Yeah, and I think those go both hand in hand, that I may feel called to it, and I may also enjoy that as well. And like it or not, I really feel God is calling me into a space where there will definitely be a bit more hostility and uninterested, unclear. Yes. And I think going into digital spaces is definitely one of those places that's going to do that. Let's see if there's anything else. Okay. And again, I'm trying to just help you figure this out, and you can totally say this doesn't work for you, this piece doesn't work. Maybe the part on finding the basic human need resonates with you more. Of I'm going to focus on goodness, that's what I bring. I'm going to focus on belonging, that's the people I'm going to. So one of these might be the primary, one of these might be the secondary, but hopefully it's helping you to narrow into one specific person that you're going to reach. I've focused in on one specific style of hat that I'm going to wear. Hats are great. I've always loved hats. What's really weird is I've tried to figure out why I've always loved hats, and this might sound strange, but I have a vivid memory of a first funeral I went to. One of my great uncles is in the casket, and he has a painter's cap on that is white with red polka dots, and that's what he always wore. And I thought that was the coolest thing. So, I try to find the style and the hat that I liked the most and made the most connection with. And now that is what I focus on. I wear other hats, but they don't fit exactly the same way as everything else that I'm going to do. So that's what some of these things are going to be about. And maybe they resonate more with you, and maybe others don't. But one of the other things that you want to find is the one person you're reaching, because if I'm trying to play 45 different kinds or 45 different games, play a different game every day of the month, and then throw some extras in there on top, I'm probably not going to reach a lot of people, because nobody knows what I'm going to be doing. So I want to be as specific as I can. Here's where I struggle, is trying to narrow that down. What is the age? So this is what Saddleback Sam was. Saddleback Sam was between 30s and 40s, college educated, lived in the suburbs, worked in tech or business, busy, driven, and success-oriented, overscheduled, stressed, skeptical of organized religion, spiritually curious, but unchurched, wanted practical answers to life's problem, not religious tradition. Oh, someone found a hat. Actually, would be the opposite. Would be red polka dots, not white. But I love that image. That's so cool. We're reaching max capacity. Might make stage limit 50 to 75. You don't know if it's adjustable. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Andy, you'll be up for that. It'll automatically adjust up to 1,000. Super cool. Didn't know that. All right, so this is what they did. Now, the more specific you can get, the easier it is when you're going to stream and make a decision to say, hey, or if you're doing something else, if it's not gaming, but we're mostly talking about gaming here, but it can be applied to other places. Is this person going to be a stay-at-home dad that I'm trying to reach? Is this person going to be a gamer girl that I'm trying to reach? Is this person, what age are they going to be? So one of the things to answer are those demographic questions. And I will give you copies of these slides so you can have all of them. But you know what demographics are. So I don't have all of these listed in the document, but how old is your ideal viewer? What is their gender? Where do they live? And it could be country, it could be city, it could be suburb, it could be rural. Maybe you know specifically, maybe you're just more broad to start with. And as you can keep refining it and getting more narrow, it's better. Oh, North Hill Live, exactly. Language. What is their level of education? What is their income range? What is their profession or job? Are they single, married, or have kids? So those are all going to be things that you can solve. Now, maybe as you're going and answering these, you don't know all of them, but answer the ones that you can when we give you time to go and answer your demographic questions, and just start with the ones that you're going to know. And then some psychological questions. What do they believe about the world? What do they believe about themselves? Do they believe the world is getting better? Do they believe the world is terrible? What do they believe about themselves? Are they always self-conscious? Are they confident? What are the things that they are going to have in mind? Simoneski, how does income affect how you talk to people? If I'm talking to someone who is struggling paycheck to paycheck or unemployed, what I might bring to them and how I approach them might be different than if I'm called to reach somebody that has 5 cars in their garage. So I might be talking to them differently. The person who has 5 cars in their garage may have strived after, been really successful, but have no hope because everything seems fleeting, and they're going to leave everything that they have to some incompetent kids, and they just think this is worthless. I strived all of my life to do this, and now, it doesn't make any difference. Whereas someone who is struggling paycheck to paycheck might be coming from a place of the world is against me. No matter what I do, I can't ever get ahead. Why does God seem to be against me? So maybe not specific income level, but stage of how they're doing things might make a difference to who you're called to and how you would approach them. So great question. Yeah, if you're playing the latest and greatest game all the time, you probably won't reach someone with low income who's still playing retro stuff. Yeah. And I appreciate the questions. And as I'm able to, I'll stop and answer those because those are more vital than me getting through my stuff. That's what I believe. Your questions are more vital to you than for me to just be able to go to my next slide. So what do people do spending in their free time? Most of us are probably going to be putting gaming on here, but maybe you're trying to reach a specific group that also has another thing that you love to do. Like I love cycling. So I've started cycling and streaming my cycling. So maybe that's part of what I'm going to do is reach people that love doing that. What social media platforms or websites do they do most? A lot of us are here on Twitch, but maybe you're reaching people that are going over to Kick or they're another place, or they just watch YouTube videos of good content. So maybe that's where they are. What brands do they love and why? Like maybe they're Xbox, maybe they're PlayStation, maybe they're Nintendo. Why is that? Where is their loyalty? How does that make a difference of you reaching them? And how do they make decisions? Do they use logic? Do they use emotion? Are they impulsive? Now, you might not be able to answer all of these questions. I'm just giving you a variety of ways to be able to address how do you think through, I know I'm called to reach that person. Asking questions that affect how a tier 2 question might be answered. This approach affects how you might define a missing successful interaction. Absolutely, Hector. Yes. Yeah, I think the other thing is what genre do you play? Yeah, are you FPS or RPG? I absolutely think, or retro gamer. Yes. All right. Pain points. What are the challenges or the pains that someone has in their life? What keeps them up at night? Is it going back to the person with finances, or is it finding meaning in life? Is it their kids? Is it work? Is it marriage? Where is it? What are their pain points? What problems are they actively trying to solve? And if you can help solve that, for instance, if you are in a community and people are coming in that are trying to solve problems with raising their kids, and you're able to do a community thing around helping out kids and having even if it's doing a streamer party. A watch party. I was trying to think of the right name. A watch party with kids in your Discord or in some other community. You're addressing a felt need that they might be having. What have they tried already that hasn't worked? What do they complain about most often in this area? So it might be the person comes into your stream regularly and they always bring up the same topic. I'm always struggling with health. I'm always struggling with health. Or my mom's always struggling with health. Or I'm always getting bullied at school. Whatever it is that they're doing, how can you help them with those pain points? What fears or insecurities might be holding them back? All different ways of asking that. You might not be able to answer all of these. There's just different ways to try to answer those questions of getting you closer to knowing, here's the kind of person that I'm going to run into. And also, don't think that if I narrow it down to one person, that means I'll only reach one person. The narrower you get, you actually end up reaching more people who resonate with what you are trying to do for that one person. Yes. Also, what platform? Meeting on social VR, for example, and very different watching Let's Plays while doing stuff. Yeah, absolutely. If you are in VR, that is another place to be able to bring in platforms to all of that. Health is huge. Money, depression. Yes. How do you stay away from people becoming projects? Ooh, that's an interesting question. In some ways, there is a piece at which you need to have healthy boundaries in ministry altogether. So for me as a pastor, when I am in person, I may have my phone available at all hours of the day. If someone is regularly calling me only when I'm in bed at night or only at other times, then I might need to have a conversation with them about this wasn't an emergency. Middle of the night really is only for emergencies. So I think in some of those ways, if someone is becoming a project, that can even be an okay thing if they are. One of the things we often had in one place that I live is we would have people that would come in every single year and ask for assistance. And we knew in 12 months, we would see them coming back and asking for assistance. And we had to be okay with that to say, this person is where they are. We're going to meet them wherever they are for as long as we can. But one of the other things, and this would go to recovery ministry and compassion fatigue on some level. So that's stuff that we covered on another conference, but I do want to address that in some ways, is you need to have boundaries around yourself and your community so that someone does not take too much away from you. So I don't know if that makes sense, if that's answering your question, but I think it's okay for someone to be a project on some level, as long as you didn't seek them out to say, I'm going to fix them. When someone comes to you with needs and you keep trying to help their needs, if it's too much for you, bring in other people, bring in the community, hand them off to someone else, refer them beyond. So when, for instance, if I had someone that came in for marriage counseling, I'd usually meet with the couple 3 times. I might meet with him or her 3 times. After that, you need to go and have someone who has more skills and more level than I do to deal with it. So when someone becomes a project, it's an assessment of, is this a person that's just supposed to hang out with me and it's going to be this ongoing, I'm going to minister to them for a long time, or do they have needs beyond what I can do and I can pass them on? Yeah, definitely need to have the Holy Spirit. Absolutely. Just catching up on if there's anything in chat. Yeah, in Discord. Well, that's another thing I do, for instance, too, is if someone's in the middle of a crisis, I will let them know you can DM me at any time. However, I won't see the DM until I wake up in the morning, my time. So don't feel I'm ignoring you. Don't feel I'm putting you aside. Those are the boundaries that I've had, is I'm not going to check my messages while I'm sleeping. I'm going to be available for you as soon as I'm awake, and I will respond as soon as I see your message. So there's where I've put some of those boundaries. And when you get global, some of that needs to be the case, because for them, 3 in the afternoon might be 3 in the morning for you, and they're just thinking about it, and they don't want to spend the next 6 hours saying, why haven't you called me or messaged back? So having some of those things are a good way to be able to be thinking about that. And several people talking about the Holy Spirit. Absolutely, in all of this, the Holy Spirit is absolutely a part of it. Now, maybe you have people that you're going to reach that pain points isn't the main thing for you. Maybe it's goals and aspirations. What is their ultimate dream or goal? Maybe their dream is to be a full-time streamer, and you are going to reach people that's their goal. Maybe it's someone, or what outcome would make them feel successful. Maybe they're going to college and you're going to help them, or you're going to be walking alongside of them as they do that. Or maybe it's their parenting, and what they'd really like is a better relationship with their ex or something along those lines, and how to parent, co-parent when you're not in a same household with the person who's the other parent. So it could be any kind of these things that you would think of. And what would they want to achieve in 1 to 5 years from now? Or who do they admire and look up to? So there's a ton of different ways to approach this. You can go demographics, you can go psychological, you can go pain points or challenges, and you can go goals or aspirations to be able to reach people. So I'm going to give you just 5 minutes if you want time to go and fill out those questions while you're thinking about it, while you still have fresh in your mind, and then if there's any questions after that, we'll answer those. So. You know what? Actually, I'm going to cut a little short. How about we come back? I'll give you 3 minutes. I told you 5. I'll give you 3. I know you won't get through all of them. Let's come back at 11:55. I'll stay here if you want to go. Like I said, you're free to join in another room and hang out and answer those. And if you have questions, just type those in chat. All right. Yeah, I will have all those questions later on. I knew when I went through all of those that we would be pressed for time. You wouldn't be able to answer all of those, but I appreciate. I will put a link. I'll share the doc. You'll be able to get that. You'll be able to download those. You'll have all those questions, so you can keep working on that as we go forward. Ideally, we would have lots of time to spend all of it doing here, but we just want to give you a flavor of it. Begin thinking that way, and then move into some other things. You mean more screens on a printer? Yeah. Laptop. Yeah. I wish I could put them all up there, but it doesn't work that way. Okay. I think that's it for what I have. Thank you for hanging out with me. Loved all of your questions and what you were bringing. And we'll be continuing this discussion as we go forward.
Flat Cap, thanks, man. Can we get some fives in chat for Mr. Flatcap Dapper Pastor over there? I think the coolest thing that happens when you start to think about your one, we did this exercise a couple of years ago at our very first Megazord conference, and then we did it subsequently at the first year you were at us Nerd Culture Ministry Summit. We did the same thing. And an interesting thing happens when you actually start to define your one. You actually start to learn how to put the blinders on. There's an old Japanese proverb that I'm a runner and I'm a fitness guy and all that, as well as a gamer. And one of the things that a lot of personal trainers and a lot of people will say, it's an old Japanese proverb. It says, "Man who chased 2 rabbits end up with none, but man who chased 1 rabbit end up with good meal." And the idea behind that is not that we're going to be like dining and feasting on the people that we're trying to serve, but instead we will catch the goal that we are chasing if we narrow it down. So I highly, highly recommend y'all take some time with that spreadsheet. We're actually going to be referring to that spreadsheet over and over and over throughout the day. So make sure you file, save as, make a copy, do whatever you need to do. File, make a copy, and then put it in your Google Drive. If you need a PDF version, DM me and I can send you a PDF version. It's going to take a little bit to collate and do the whole thing there. But we don't do any of this by ourselves. Everything that we do here comes from some really awesome, wonderful sponsors. And one of the things that we have been really kind of blessed with during all of our conferences, just so you know, we've done this is our 4th conference now. Is that correct? Yes, 4 conferences. And it's been not nuts, but it has been a lot. And the interesting thing is that we've had amazing sponsors that have been able to push us through. And one of them is through, you would know them as Crew Global, Global Church Movements. And this is, I want you to watch this video in just a little bit from our friend Rudina Bakali. But this is, she represents Clue. It's a mouthful, isn't it? Crew Global Digital Missions Movement. Clue, yes, Global Church Movements, GCM Digital is what it is. So watch this from Rudina, and we'll be right back.
Global church movements. I'm so passionate about the online ministry that even my thesis for my Master of Arts was focused on social media and the gospel. Today I would like to share with you a personal journey with my ministry on TikTok. Last December I decided to be on TikTok, and this was a bold move for several reasons. First, it's because I am a mom of 3 children, and it's not easy for a mom to be in a platform like TikTok where people are really mean and they don't spare you with their negative comments. It's like once you are there, you are set for fire darts. The other is my own insecurities, because I decided to be there with my face, with my voice, and not to be behind an avatar. So this was not an easy choice. And from the very first moments, I experienced the heaviness of the hate language and how people were meaner than I could ever imagine or thought. So it has been a battle to remind myself of who I am in the Lord, who I am in Christ. I remember one time when I posted a video, and between the positive comments, I received some very angry comments from people. And some of them were so mean. I noticed anxiety growing within my heart, and I was questioning, why am I doing this, Lord? Why do I put myself in front of others to tear me apart with their tongues? And I was kind of, why don't I just stay in blogging and staying in Facebook where people know me and I don't face the same kind of reaction. I don't face the hate of people. I don't face the ugliness of their tongue. And there has been some passages from the Bible. One of them is from Isaiah. It's actually from Isaiah 42, 6-7, when actually it speaks about how we are called to share the good news, but to open the eyes of the blind, to bring out the prisoners from the dungeon, from the prison, those who sit in darkness. And whenever I think of social media, I think of this specific passage in the Bible, those who sit in the darkness and bring out the prisoners from the dungeon. And I felt like TikTok is like a dungeon, that it smells, it's so bad, it's so heavy. And I was reminding myself that there is a cost about that, and God can give me the grace, the strength to keep going, and not to worry about the fiery darts. And at times I felt like the Lord was reminding me that He breaks the weapons of those who attack us. So it felt like their words were like weapons, like arrows that would break. They would not reach me. So I should continue because they didn't have power on me and who I was in Christ. That was a moment of self-realization. Also, there was another moment when in the midst of the comments, I stopped and I started to pray, and the Lord led me to a psalm. I think it was Psalm 31. It's written in my journal, but I started to pray verse after verse after verse, and to my surprise, all the comments, bad and good, stopped. No comment for 24 hours, nothing. And it reminded me that I was and that we are in a spiritual battle for the souls of people. That this is not about me being an influencer. I'm not there to call people to follow me. I'm there to call people to follow Christ. I'm an ambassador of Christ, calling people to reconcile with God, not with me, but with God. So that was a moment of realization of the importance of supporting what I do in prayer, and especially blessing and praying for the people who hurt us and who slander us and torn us apart with their tongue and with their words, to have mercy on them. And another thing that I've learned is, how do I balance wisdom in responding to people so I don't become like them, but at the same time, in kindness, I can help them and I can bring them toward light. And one of the passages in the Bible that has been like a guidance for me is from Proverbs 26, 4-5, that says, answer no, you be like him yourself. Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes. So for me, it's been like, Lord, teach me and help me to understand, how can I answer to someone so I don't become like them, but at the same time, they can see their folly. And I think, at least how I understand it or how I apply, it's the way that I respond matters a lot. If I respond in anger, if I respond in sarcasm, if I respond in revenge, if I use the same tactics to put them down, I am becoming like them. But if I respond in the different spirit, like I respond in kindness, in firmness and respect and kindness, but at the same time, I keep ground of the truth. I don't give up on the truth. Then I think I help them see the foolishness of their arguments or of their words. So I'm still learning this. I think it's an art and each case is different, but I've seen the reward of that when people have been more open after arguing, and when you respond in kindness, then they become more open and actually they become your friends. And the last thing that I would share, it's about this idea of being influential, or what is true influence. According to the world, the influence is to have more followers. As many followers as you have, people call themselves influencers. And TikTok will call you an influencer when you have 1,000 followers. Well, I am an influencer according to TikTok. But true influence is not about how many views you have or how many people are following you, but is how many people are transformed or are drawn closer to Jesus. I'll share a story, and I'll leave it with this, of a young student who wrote to me after one video that I posted on TikTok, and we talked about the university. This video was about tips on choosing the university, and this comes from my background as a licensed career consultant. So she reached out on me on inbox. We talked together. She was a bit discouraged, and she saw no options for her university. And then we talked a few times. She reached out to me like a month ago to tell me that she had enrolled in a university in Tirana, my hometown, and she was looking forward to meet me in person. She thanked me for encouraging her and giving her hope. And that was, it gave me so much joy. That was one of the videos that had very few views. It was in the 200 views jail, but I'm so happy because it reached out to her, and I can't wait to meet her in person and share more about the love of Christ for her. These are some of the things that I've learned that I hope it will encourage other people. We are just Christ ambassadors to call others to reconcile with Christ and to follow Christ. They are not our followers, but we are like a light, help them finding the true light and love and life, Jesus Christ. God bless you.
Well, I'm not saying Andy, so garbled sound. Okay. Andy's gone, so I can do whatever I want now. Well, I'll just say crew will have a one, or all the sponsors will have their own channel where you can go and check out what they have brought. So I don't know if that video is in there, but we'll make the video available. I mean, she was speaking some really powerful stuff there. And also globally, one of the things that I'm so excited about is learning globally from other people that are doing things. They bring new experiences, they bring new knowledge so that all of us can be able to learn from one another. So I don't know if there was anything else Andy was going to add there, but we're going to go to a break right now. So we have a break. Which channel is Cruz? Let me look here at the titles. Good question. Wow. I guess it left.
That was great, Flat Cap. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. I was not supposed to be the speaker. So, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, I found out I was going to step in and speak right after we ran the first conference. And some of the stuff, so Crew does do audience map, and that just really got me thinking about maybe there's a portion of people that I'm called to more than someplace else. Now, I know what they're doing it for is I'm in one stage and I'm helping someone get to the next stage, and they're going against the linear thinking of everybody takes one step closer and everyone takes the next step. And it just got me going, no. I feel called to a certain type of person that is in this crossroads between, well, they had a Christian faith, but they're not living it out. Or they've been hurt by the church, but they were never in it. Like this little intersection of those is where I find myself wanting to resonate with people. But I think what you're saying too is, I'm going to be going to the trolls, but I don't go to the places where the trolls are, where they're active. The trolls find me. So it's a different aspect of, for sure. I enjoy a good troll once in a while. I don't need them every week.
At least you don't have to travel anywhere or go that far for them to find you or for you to go find them.
Yeah, absolutely. They seek you out, and depending on what community, they jump into communities as well and try to seek you out.
When the host leaves a stage, it kicks everyone.
Yep, that's what happened. Andy was having problems. He decided to leave since he started it and I didn't. We were going to break anyway, so I was just trying to say, hey, Andy, what time are we coming back? We got to go to break. And he left, and so
it works.
We're all good.
I thought it was the only tied to the person on stage, not the original person who jumped in.
That's what I thought, but when Andy left, it booted me as well. So,
by the way, Flat Cap, you were talking about the cruise channel.
Yeah.
Before we got disconnected. Which one is theirs?
I believe it is the Global Movements sponsor info.
Thank you.
Let me just open that up and double check. No, that is Digital Movements. We'll double check with Andy on that one. Andy's the one that set all of these up, so. I did not see a separate channel necessarily for Crew, but let me find this. One of the things that Crew has is an audience map, which is part of what I was playing off of, but their thought process is people go through different stages as they go to being more active. I was just taking those places and saying, maybe I'm called to people in this stage of where they are in ministry, where a lot of people, like if you're an evangelist and you're skilled that way, but you're called to people that are strong in the faith, then those things don't seem to line up necessarily.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, I have too many tabs open on too many windows to find the Crew one right now. I will find it and post it in the chat when we get back in there. Anyone else, anything you're thinking about or that came to mind? And North Hill, you ready to roll, man?
I'm ready when you're ready. You need me, I'm here for you, brother.
All right.
It looks like, are they going to open back up? Is that what's happening?
I'm not sure what time. And I don't see a message.
Okay, you good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chino just posted 1 minute till start time.
Oh, okay.
So
I didn't see that.
It's back open for North Hill.
Okay.
Groovy.
All right. Well, let me just quick grab the Crew audience map here. I'll post it in the chat, and then I'll post it back in the main one too. So.
Thanks.
Yep.
How long is the break? We're going back?
We're going back. Yeah, we're going back now.
Okay.
I guess we are good to go, everybody. Thank you. Little bit of technical difficulties there, and we might have a few people that will be straggling back in here if they ended up in the others and need to get back over here. That's fine. I think we jumped over the other, had a quick little conversation with a few people. People were asking about a little bit about crew. Andy, I wasn't sure which channel was crews on the side there. If you want to type that in the chat, which one they are. I also posted the link to the audience map, which I reference, which is another part of what crew does. So crew has lots of different pieces that they are doing, and they are doing some really good stuff globally that I think we can learn from, and they're partnered with us to be able to share. It is the Global Church Movement sponsor. Okay, I was correct. I just want to make sure I wasn't wrong. So it's the first one in the section of all the sponsors. Thanks, Andy. All right, so one of the things as Andy and I were planning all of this out is we were going, hey, we want to bring in some streamers who have different approaches and different backgrounds of how did they end up in streaming. And so I'm going to bring up North Hill Live. Let me see, how do I do this? How do I invite him on stage? I'm trying to figure this out. Well, there we go. Andy's going to take care of it. Okay. So I'm going to give a little background. You can correct me if I get anything wrong here. But North Hill Live has been a church planter. Chris, I should say. I just like calling you North Hill because that's your streamer. Or Past and North, as few people will throw around there. I've been a church planter and serving in a church. And the church inherited another building. And rather than just jump in and say, hey, this church failed, we can do it better than them, we can do it right, they said, rather than go and plant another physical church, what if we decided to take and plant a digital church in that space? And then in the exploration phase of trying to figure out what that was, you stepped in and you got connected on Twitch and decided Twitch was the place. So you had already figured out all of the who are you reaching the one. And so you're going to talk about how do you know if you are actually reaching the one that you have set out to reach. So I'm really excited about that. And I like Jake's going to talk about this later, but you and I both are in that vein of let's try and let's experiment and let's reach some new people. So you're doing a motorcycle build. You've had your wife on there doing art. I mean, you do some weird stuff, which I love. I also love doing weird stuff. So, Chris, so good to have you here. And you're going to have a different set of questions. So if you're following along in the document, the tab at the bottom, you'll go over to Chris, North Hill Live. That'll be his questions in there. And go ahead and add anything about how did you really move into this space and then bring us to the how do we know we're reaching the one we're called to reach? I'll just turn it over to you now.
Absolutely. Well, good morning, family. How y'all doing? As we've mentioned before, I am Chris Thompson, Reverend Thompson, if you like. And I am, as we always introduce ourselves, I'm a full-time pastor and a full-time nerd. We run a digital church called North Hill Live. And here at North Hill Live, we've come a long way to get to where we are. And I know that Flat Cap spent a little bit of time walking through basically it is who it is that you're meeting, right? What person start focusing your efforts? Well, on the other side, once you've done your effort, once you've done your stream, it's important to realize once you started your ministry that at a certain point, you have to reevaluate and you have to figure out, are we actually doing it or not? Oh, did it all just go sideways? Hold on now. Am I back? Are we still good? I went to share slides. I want to be as cool as Flat Cap, but as soon as I shared slides, everything went away. You got just audio, you got no video? I'm good. You're good now. It's all there. You see the slides as well? All right. You let a brother know because it looks like the slides aren't coming up. All right. Having said all of that, which was, a whole lot of nothing, they've asked me to come in and talk a little bit about metrics. And so we're going to do exactly that. We're going to attempt to walk through some of the metrics. But before we get to numbers, like what did I do last week? Did my stream actually hit any viewers, or was I just talking to myself and screaming into the void, which is basically how we all start, I'm afraid. We all start by screaming into the void. So once we get past that, we want to look at numbers. So are we meeting the needs that we have already called out? So why do those metrics matter? There is this trend in Christendom. Now, depends on when you got into ministry, whether you got into professional ministry or whether you got into lay ministry. But there is this trend that says that the numbers don't matter. If you focus on how much money came in, if you focus on how many people were sitting in the seats, that you're doing ministry wrong. And I want to be the first person, if no one has ever said it to you before, that is just not true. It's not true at all. When Christ was walking around and he was feeding, how many people was he feeding? Oh, we all know the number, right? Why? Because the Bible cares about numbers. The people matter. Christ kept track of people. Peter kept track of people. In fact, the early church kept a list, so they knew that all of their people were being fed, that all their widows were getting visited. You can't do it without numbers. People and numbers are the same thing. And if people matter to God, then the numbers should matter to God. And so the numbers have to be looked at. Now, having said all of that, a larger number by definition, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing a better ministry. So as Flat Cap said, who are we reaching? Like, what is your demographic? On our end, we need to realize who we are as a minister of the gospel. You wouldn't be here unless you had some sort of streaming and ministry goal. So the question we're going to answer is, what kind of streamer are you? What kind of minister are you? And there are a number of categories here, and I want to bring them up real quick, and we'll walk through them. If you have your Excel file where you are keeping your speaker notes and walking through trying to decide what kind of streamer you are, this will be the thing that goes in that spreadsheet. There we go. Tyrannosaurus says, our church is shrinking, but also we're starting both a Good News Club and an ESL class in the elementary school we meet in. Exactly. And so total numbers doesn't matter as long as your numbers are in the right place. So here we go. There are a number of different ways you can minister. And once you figure out who you are, then we know which numbers we're supposed to be looking at. The first one we have here should be disciple maker. Are you a disciple maker? And a disciple maker is based on the passage out of Matthew 28:19. And that is the passage we've all heard 1,000 times. Go therefore and make disciples. Now, if you're looking at what you already do or what your personality already is, a disciple maker is focused on equipping others, theology, truth. When you set up your stream schedule, are you excited about the times when you read the Bible? Are you excited about the times when maybe you're doing a Bible study? Do you have a Strong's on your table? Do you have a G&T on your shelf? Perhaps you're a disciple maker. Is prayer an essential part of your meeting time? If someone comes into your stream, whether it is here on Twitch or whether it's over there on the YouTubes or the Tickety Talks, when somebody rolls in and they go, hey, man, I've had a rough day. I got a rough day and I'm getting ready to go home to the wife. And what I don't want to do is fight. Do you stop your stream, stop playing your game, and pray for them? Perhaps you're a disciple maker. Are you interested in investing in cross-cultural? Does it matter to you if the people in your stream make the same money you do, speak the same language you do, live on the same continent you do, have the same kind of job as you do? If none of that matters and what you really care about is reaching a group of people for the gospel, then perhaps you're a disciple maker. Are you interested in teaching and modeling, get this, your dependence on God? That should be the first point here, or the second point. We got teaching and modeling. The second one being dependence on God. Is your dependence on God something that you're willing to put out there? Because if your stream is about disciple making, that means when you fail, you also put it out there. You're not scared of sharing success and failure. GNT, GNT, the Greek New Testament. Flat cap, are my slides not up, brother? Is that what's going on? I'm so sorry. How's that? How's that? Are they up now? Oh, they are up. Okay. So we have disciple maker based on Matthew 20:18. So that's number one. Now, if you're like, man, that some of that hits and some of it doesn't, don't worry, there's three more. We got group leader. Now, a group leader is sort of fun. You may find yourself to be a group leader if you follow Matthew 23:9-11. You guys know this passage as well. This is the passage that talks about the greatest among you is going to be your servant. That's that group leader. Do you naturally gather people to you that want to hang out with you and do a thing? Do you build effective teams? Is loyalty a big part? Do you have a group of people that when you hit the go live button, they're there? And it doesn't matter whether you are building a motorcycle like I do on Fridays, or whether you got a Bible study like I do on Tuesdays, or whether you are failing at a video game like I do every Monday. Those people are always there. Those are your ride and dies. Do you naturally develop those people? Do you spend time giving people the authority to guide vision and direction? If you came on your stream, and said, next week we're going to do an egg hunt, an IRL egg hunt in my backyard, but I have no idea how to do that. Do you have people that raise up in your stream and go, oh, here's 5 ways to do it. Here's how to run your tech. Here's how to run your promotion. I'll jump up and do it. If those things happen to you where your community rises up to make it work, then maybe you're a group leader. Now, this also goes into different things because the group leader begins to widen, right? And I know that we have people coming on later. They're going to talk about expanding your group through things like Discord and world missions and stream teams. But if those things are interesting to you, if your group naturally dives into them, we currently have a Discord. Now, Discord is not the kind of thing that is normally where my strength lies. When people said you got to do a Discord once you start streaming, I thought people were talking nonsense. What's the point of that? And that Discord has become a place where people who think that way pray for one another and share their life. We got a whole section where people take selfies of themselves in front of like their job or in the grocery store and post them up. Why? Because they've developed this team and this friendship, right? And that's happened all off of the normal screen. Now, the third thing you might be, so maybe you're a disciple maker, maybe you're a group leader, maybe you're none of those things. We have the host. Now, the host is fascinating The host, the way we've broken host down is that the host is based on Matthew 25:45, which is the least of these becomes the greatest. You guys know the passage. Jesus is talking, who's the greatest among you? Well, it's the least. The least is going to become the best, the greatest, the host. If your spiritual giftedness leans itself towards hosting, if it leans itself towards equipping, if you're the kind of person that gets their house completely set up when somebody's coming over and they make 16 cheese plates and is smoking meat out back, and when everybody comes over, the linen napkins are folded just right, and you're meeting people and you're shaking hands and kissing babies, maybe you're a host. The closest thing you can think of for a host is probably a shepherd. Is your ministry style in a place where meeting needs is your drive? Where when someone comes in and they got a real question, they have a real need, and you can meet that need, that fills you with joy. That's a host. Do you care for individuals and community? Individuals and community. You know, this one's tricky because a lot of us, when we get into digital space, we said, I'm going to minister in digital space. But the way to do that is I'm going to play a game. And this is absolutely a positive thing. We need ministers in the gaming sphere. But there's definitely this intentionality of it, where you're playing the game and you're trying to be amazing at the game so you get more eyeballs on you, right? You want the eyeballs on you because you want Jesus to shine. So you have to be great at the game. To be great at the game, you got to focus on the game, right? So you're focusing on the game and you're doing your thing and you're running around, you're trying to shoot that guy and hide behind that wall, and you're trying to get top 8 or whatever it is you're trying to do. And somebody rolls in your chat and goes, yo, your listing here says Christian, and says prayer, and says discipleship, and says love and acceptance. Man, I just broke up with my girlfriend. I don't know what I'm going to do. You have a choice, right? As a host, you now have to choose. Am I going to stop what I'm doing and lose this match and spend a few minutes as a community praying for, lifting up, and encouraging this person? Because that's what a host does. That's what a host does. A host stops what they're doing and goes, no. The person is more important than the agenda. If that is hard for you, believe you me, I understand. I completely understand. Because sometimes we've spent time setting it up, man. We've spent time setting it up and getting it ready. And I put my effort, I put my energy, I spent my dollars on that thing. But if we're here for people, then there's got to be a break. If that's natural for you, maybe you're a host. Next up, here, look, this next one, before we get into this next one is called entertainer. This one is going to set some of y'all on edge, and I realize this. But when I say entertainer, I don't want you to think of it as a negative thing. Sometimes we think of entertainers, we think of influencers as being that, like, hey, I'm on stage and it's all about me. I don't really see it this way. The passage that I got the word entertainer from actually comes from Romans chapter 15. And that passage, you've heard it before. It's basically talking about the fact that there will be signs and wonders performed by people. Signs and wonders performed when God is moving. The entertainer is not only engaging people with the word, as in there's a person, right? He's doing the hosting. There's the person. But here's the word of God, and here's how these things tie together. The entertainer is also willing to embarrass themselves. I'm going to say that again. The entertainer is willing to embarrass themselves for the sake of the gospel. I got a couple good examples of this, but ultimately speaking, if you, as the streamer, make a mistake, Are you the kind of person who is going to throw their hands up and rage quit and say goodbye? Then you're probably not an entertainer, right? Because you see, the entertainer is going to laugh at their own failure. They're going to laugh at the fact that their normal community is trolling them a little bit. An entertainer will accidentally pass gas on stream and then laugh for 20 minutes about themselves because their community is going to talk about it forever, because you've now created community around your pain, around your suffering. You have become the clown on stage. And I mean that in the most positive way possible. Are you spreading the gospel with passion and energy? Passion and energy. Are you not only engaging people with the word of God, but your passion and your energy comes through? Are you entertaining when people show up? What gets you hyped on your channel? What about your stream gets you excited? When you get ready to hit go live, what gets you stoked? Are you sitting there going, when I hit go live, I got to be professional. My hair got to be just right. I got to have the right cologne on. My posture has to be right. My background can't be messy. Or do you get stoked about the fact that when you hit live, the Holy Spirit is going to show up? The Holy Spirit's going to be there and speak through you. Does that get you excited? If so, perhaps you're an entertainer. Perhaps you should lean into the fact that you need to be praying in the Spirit in a vocal way. An entertainer is comfortable crying and laughing and hollering and whispering all on one stream. Is that who you are? Because if so, the metrics you look at are going to be different than everybody else's. And the last one comes out of actually, I don't know how many years of church planning and pastoral ministry that I've done. I'm probably sitting at 30 years. Am I giving if I say how many years I've been in ministry, am I giving my age away? It's a little more than 30 if I'm being honest. And I've seen a lot of pastors, and I've seen a lot of pastors work in different ways. Some of them are disciple makers and group leaders and hosts and entertainers. And this last one is the one that I think is the most polarizing when it comes to local church ministry, which is the big brother. A big brother comes out of James chapter 1. I picked verses 26 and 27, but you can put a few more verses in there. You can go a little farther if you want. But this idea out of the book of James is when James is talking about that pure and unbridled religion. He says, pure and unbridled religion, and yes, he uses the word religion. Religion leads you to care about the orphans and the widows. I'm going to say that again. Pure and unbridled religion, real dedication to the ministry, real dedication to the gospel leads you to care for the orphans and for the widows. That's a big brother. Do you dream big? You see, because a big brother has been around a minute, right? He's seen a little bit. And when I say brother, by the way, I mean brother, sister, right? Spouse, he's seen a little more. She's seen a little more. And because she's seen a little more, because he's seen a little more, they know that God can do big things. And when someone rolls into your stream and they're struggling with life decisions, are you the kind of person that stops and shares stories about you, success stories and stories of failure, with the goal of lifting someone else? Someone comes in, they got an idea. Are you the kind of person who begins to cheerlead? You get out the pom-poms, you start dancing around, and you start screaming, you can do it. I'm going to help you do it. I'm going to give you a platform to do it. Is that you? Are you willing to shepherd others? Are you looking for that one sheep that's slowly wandering away? That one that you're going to leave your 99 and go seek after? Are you that big brother that sees the pothole in the road before your community does? Are you willing to say the hard thing and do it at the right time? Because let's be honest, no matter which one of these paradigms you fall into, when the camera turns on, you go all the way up to level 11, right? All the way up to level 11. You don't stay at 1. You take your personality and it cranks to 11. So if you don't understand which of these personalities you are in, you're going to be bouncing back and forth between them, and no one's going to know who you are or what to expect when they hit the follow button. Andy says this is perfect for streams and TikTok and Instagram, really everything. When you look to reach people for Jesus through content, I'm struggling to figure out which my archetype is. Yeah, I think, brother, you're going to have to what we're asking when we get ready to go to, I think we're almost there, when we get ready to split off and fill out our sheets, I encourage you to pick 1, possibly 2 of these and try to narrow it down a little bit. There is some crossover, as you can see just by looking at them, because a big brother, this cheerleader, you also need a cheerleader when it comes to being a group leader, right? When you give somebody some authority and you go, hey, why don't you set this thing up for me? Well, you got to check in, you got to cheerlead, right? So there is some crossover. I am aware of that. Drew says, I see so many of these. I think people highlight the big brother a lot for you, but man, group leader, discipleship maker are huge. Yeah, and I think there are some crossovers. Absolutely. Big brother and disciple maker and group leader from what I know about you. Yep. So real quick, I want to close with this thing before breakout. I think it's important that especially if you're just getting started, if you haven't been doing this for years and years, if you're just getting started, at least it happened a lot to me. I would have people that would roll into my stream and they would kind of like what I'm doing and they would kind of get engaged. And eventually they would go, hey, Pastor, you got to realize that you don't have to pretend here. You can just be you here. And I kept looking at myself going, I think I'm being me. And so eventually I pulled one of them aside and said, hey, I've heard this like 3 or 4 times. I gotta stop putting on airs. What do people mean? Like I've heard it from a number of people. What do you mean when you say it? And they said, no. What I'm saying is when you go live, it's like your energy is higher. And I know that that's not your energy, all day long. You don't walk around hollering and screaming and praying and dancing and spinning around in your chair. And I got to thinking about that. And it made me realize that when you hit the go live button, whatever your character is here, whatever your paradigm is, that goes from your normal idle speed, right? If you got your amp turned up to 5, that's where you're at. But when you hit go live, that all gets amplified because no matter how we want to cut it, when you have a mic and a camera in your face, you turn it up just a little bit. I want to encourage you. That's not fake. That's not a lie. You're not making it up. When you have a chance to watch a professional athlete, doesn't matter who it is. Let's say we're watching LeBron James next week, and we're watching LeBron James play. I guarantee you he's playing harder when the cameras are on and the game counts than he did at practice the night before. It's no different than when we go live. I want to encourage you not to be embarrassed. If you're a disciple maker, jump in with both feet and make disciples and don't be ashamed. If you're a group leader, man, go encourage folk. Lift them up, put them together, do great things for the kingdom. If you're a host, open the doors, make a safe space for others to inhabit and hang out. If you're an entertainer, I want to see you dressed up for Halloween and for Christmas. I want to see you dancing and screaming into the microphone. And if you're a big brother, with all your heart, put your arms around those that walk in. Help them dream big. Don't be ashamed of it. Go ahead and turn it up to 11. Roman says, disciple maker and big brother seem to be a default for me. I got to start working there. You literally radiate big brother energy. I feel you. Well, you're still an entertainer. It's not a conversation rather than answering the chat. Yeah. It absolutely is. There is still an entertainment factor. If someone is taking out their time to be with you, they have hit the follow button. They've hit the watch button. What that means is they're choosing not to do other things and to hang out with you. So you got to put it on Front Street. So no matter which of these you come down on, I encourage you to make sure that you're giving it all you got. Dr. Dre said, Dr. Level Up is saying, at some level, we all need to have the basics down for all these, but we definitely have more specialities. Yep. I'm with it. Andy, we ready for our 5 minute? You already have your goals and your dreams. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. So who are you? This is the question of the day. So we'll go ahead and take our 5. I'm going to hang out here. If you have more discussions, I'm happy to bust them out here in the chat. Otherwise, go ahead and find your breakout room. Take a minute and fill out your sheet, family. When you come back, we get into the exciting part, number crunching. Let's do this. All righty, is everybody rolling back in? We had plenty of time to fill out our sheet. Man, some of these are tricky, right? I know that I've gone through these a couple times and find myself somewhere between, entertainer and possibly big brother. I tend to be comfortable hitting people with those hard truths that not everybody wants to talk about. I've definitely done that. And so I'm sure that there have been times and places where my people have been frustrated. And I encourage you, if you find yourself between categories, to spend some time mulling it over. You may very well be in the middle of a couple of them. So now that we've kind of determined a little bit about where your passion is, now we need to start looking at actual paradigm of numbers, right? So you have your paradigm of what I'm going to do. Where am I going to spend my time? What kind of stream am I going to do? Now, I'm technically a variety streamer. We are doing a church plant. I have a physical location right here, and my sanctuary is right through this wall here on the other side, and I do an IRL church. And then during the week, in the mornings, preferably before noon, I'm doing digital church. But those digital church things take place over 4 different types of streams. So I'm going to go over my schedule real quick so I can kind of see where I'm coming from when I talk about looking at numbers. The first of which is on Monday. I do a video game stream, and I typically play very indie, very low dollar games with a lot of glitch and a lot of mess in them, right? And so I love a good simulator, something with problems, something that doesn't run well. That's kind of what I do on Mondays. On Tuesdays, I just enjoy it, by the way, if you're wondering why I choose bad games. I enjoy them. On Tuesdays, I do Bible study, and we work our way through the Bible. And we do a book at a time. And at the end, we take attendance, by the way, something I encourage you to do if you ever do a Bible study. We take attendance, and at the end, if you make enough Bible studies, I send you a gift. On Thursdays, we have Third Sunday. That's church, just like anybody else would go to church. We do worship, and we do preaching, and we pray for one another, church. And on Fridays, it's DIY Friday, and I build a motorcycle. I got a whole motorcycle table, and I tore it down, and I'm putting it all back together. I'm almost done with my first one. Anyway, so that's what I do. So when I look at the numbers, all of these categories are the ones that are the most important for me. Oh, slides are not coming through anymore. I will reset them, my friend. Oh, they are coming through. Okay. As long as you got them, then I'm good. All right. So here we go. The first set of numbers. Now, these are all numbers that I'm taking specifically from Twitch, which is where we do our ministry. Some of these numbers, some of these metrics can be converted over to other platforms, but we're going from the Twitch side today. The first one is peak viewers. So you start your stream. In my case, I start at 9 a.m. I'm getting ready to hit the live button at 9. I'm getting ready to hit the raid out button at noon. That's roughly my schedule 4 days a week. So when I get done with the stream, it's important for me to go look at my peak viewer number. Now, our peak viewer numbers are going to be vastly different. Your peak viewer number may be 400. Your peak viewer number may be 7. But the peak is still the peak, because what we're looking at is to see what happened on my stream and where were people excited. So did you change a title description midstream? I do that all the time. I start off playing a game, and we get 3/4 of the way through the stream, and I go, oh, I'm kind of finished with the game. Let's do some community games to kind of wrap it up. I do this a couple times a week. I go in, I change my title. If my stream peaked when I changed the title, that might very well mean that people don't like my indie game, that people really want that community game, and they're popping in to see it. You guys catch that? Did your programming change? Do you normally play games on Tuesdays, but this particular Tuesday you didn't have a game, so you did a cooking stream and your numbers peaked? Something to think about, or perhaps they dumped. This is really important if you're an entertainer or a big brother, that the thing you're doing at that point really matters. There's a streamer that I follow on the regular, and their peak number always hits in the first 20 minutes. Always. Which is crazy. If you've been a streamer for a while, most streamers, their number will grow and grow and grow and grow and grow over the stream, and then eventually it tapers off at the top and then perhaps drops down a little, right? You kind of even get that sort of bell curve, right, that we talk about in like elementary school. But his numbers peak at the beginning. So he and I had a chance to chat about this. Why is that? And it turns out the first 20 minutes of stream, he prays for his community. That's it. The community comes in and he goes, hey, man, I love y'all. And I know not all of you into Jesus, but we're going to pray for you. There are people that show up just for that and then go on for their day. That should tell this person a little bit about where and how he spends his time on stream, right? If you're an entertainer or a big brother, your peak viewer number is going to matter. You should keep track of it. Amen. I know we're all called to cast wide nets, but my passion or giftedness is with my 12 or so that I can pour into. There you go, Romans. I'm with you. Number 2. This is one, by the way, this next one is the one that has just come across my radar. This is the one I'm obsessed with. I encourage you, if you've never looked at it before, look at this. This is called chat peaking. Now, if you guys know what chat is, obviously you're all chatting in the side here. You know what chat is. So as you're streaming, people talk. Sometimes they talk to one another, and sometimes they're talking to you. To be honest, I'm more interested oftentimes in people talking to one another. So chat peaking in a lot of ways is a simple review of your most impactful sections. Your most impactful sections. What exactly were you doing when the most people were talking about you, right? At what point were most people chatting about you? Chatting to you, chatting around you, chatting about what you were doing or how you were doing it. So, chat peaking is fascinating. When you get done with your stream, I encourage you to pull up your stats and look at chat peaking. When the most people were talking, were you excited? As the streamer, were you excited? Were you contemplative, right? Were you sitting there with your hands folded? Were you worshiping, right? Did you have like a YouTube band playing and you had your hands up and you were singing and getting into it? Were you yelling? Did you just lose a game? Did you just win a game? Were you crying? Were you being emotive in some way? Was it the very beginning of your stream, or was it right when you were ready to raid out? All right. Give me just a second, family. Let me see if I can deal with this real quick. Did my slide change? Did it change back? You guys should be seeing a screen that says peak viewers and chat peaking. Back to 1, back to 2. Okay, cool. If it goes sideways, just let a brother know. I got this theory. If your entire stream has no scuff in it, did you really stream? I don't think so. Oh, you still got a loading screen? Man, I'm sorry. All right, so my first 2 are peak viewers and chat peaking. And these are 2 numbers you can watch. Obviously, the chat peaking is the most fascinating of all of these for me. I think it's the kind of thing where you can really gauge, is what I'm doing hitting people, right? Are people noticing? Did I make a change, and do people like it? The third one is first-time viewers. Now, everybody loves a first-time viewer, right? People who have maybe never, ever been in your stream before. The first time they come in, this is a number most of us want to watch, especially if you're a host or a big brother? Hosts and big brothers, they really kind of live on this, right? So the question is, if you're a host or if you're in the big brother category, depending on what your style is, do your first time viewers become long-time visitors, right? Are you converting them? Do they feel welcome? Have you made a space where viewers can roll in for the first time? Now, first time viewers are tricky though. And what I want to say about this when we come to metrics is when you look at your first time viewer stats, typically they're going to say how many first time viewers did you have today versus yesterday versus a week ago. That's typically the way that lays out. So if you're looking at that, your first time viewers, if you had 3 first time viewers on a stream on a Wednesday and your Wednesday stream, you play Fortnite, you can't really compare that to a Thursday stream from a week before where you were playing Minecraft. Does that make sense? You kind of have to compare apples to apples. Then once you've done that for a while, not just a week, but you have to do it for a month, 2 months, and then look at it, you might realize that the title that says Fortnite brings in more fresh faces than a title that says, I don't know, any other game that I can't. How is it? Look, we all gaming streamers. I can't think of another game. What has broken in my head? Minecraft. So if Minecraft is bringing in half as many new faces as Fortnite, if you care about new faces, right? If that's an important metric for you, then it's possible that your content has to line up with your goals. Maple syrup simulator, bro. Flat Cap. I got a great maple syrup simulator for you if you want to play one. I got a good one. Monbazoo. Go hook up Monbazoo and you can make all the maple syrup you want. It's a great game. Having said all of that, first time viewers, the question is, are you bringing them into fellowship? Is your stream dynamic enough where they have gone from, oh, I'm just here lurking in the back, right, to maybe getting into metric number 4? Have they become first time chatters? Now, this is the point where everybody in chat has to put their claps in, because first time chatters is huge, especially for discipleship makers and group leaders, especially for discipleship makers and group leaders. So a first time chatter is exactly what it sounds like. It means maybe I've been lurking in the back for a minute. I was a first-time viewer a month ago. Maybe I came over because your title says that you were giving away a GameCube this week. Maybe your title says, I don't know, that you are going to shave your mustache today. And so I want to see some crazy man on stream shave his mustache. Whatever brought them in, you've gone from I'm lurking in the back to you did a thing, you said a thing, and you spurned me on to where I had to pull out my keyboard and I had to say something. I had to pick up my phone off its stand and I had to engage. Tyrannosaurus Wheat says, I do not look good without a mustache. The mustache is the only thing that bothers me. I think it looks okay, but I hate having to take care of a mustache. 5-minute warning. I'm almost to the end, brother. We getting there. We have a viewer who's now either upset enough with me, right? He's angry with me. She's angry with me, so she's got to say so. Or she's laughing with me, so she has to say so, right? She's crying with me, so she's got to put an emote up. He's so happy that I'm playing his favorite game, he's got to say hi. Disciple makers and group leaders need lots of first-time chatters. So if you're like, you know what, discipleship is what I'm all about, first-time chatters is huge. That means there's a person that showed up to hear you talk about the book of James. And at a certain point, they went, oh, I've never thought about that, or oh, I disagree with that. You have just got your first-time chatter for that person. You now have a chance to actually engage their heart and their mind. Group leaders and hosts, man, you want that first-time chatter too, right? Man, if you're a group leader, this is your lifeblood, because those first-time chatters are the ones that are going to give life to your small groups. They're the ones that are going to jump in there first. And hosts, This is just proof that you have developed a place, right? An environment where people are comfortable enough to open up their mouth. That means your community is nice enough to each other that even if somebody has a question, they think they're probably not going to be beat up for it. Even if they disagree, they think, oh, I'm going to be respected in here. First-time chatters respond to the way our regulars get along with each other. If your ride or dies, those that always are there when you hit go live, if they treat each other well, you're going to have a whole lot of first-time chatters. If they don't, people will be very slow to speak up for that first time. It's hard to have a relationship if people won't chat. That's huge. Yeah, Phantom. And I have a tendency, you probably have already realized just listening to me for the last 20 minutes, that I will run over people verbally. And so I have to consciously slow down. I have to consciously stop and go, hey, I've been talking for 10 minutes. What y'all think about that? And I'm shocked at how many people were just waiting to get a word in edgewise. And so first-time viewers and first-time chatters, sometimes we have to consciously make space for them, or at least I do, just personality-wise. So what is it you have been focusing on? When you're done with a stream, when you're done with a week stream, however it is that you go back and evaluate, what number do you focus on? Do you only look at your average viewership? Because my personal opinion is that number probably tells you the least. Now, I'm not saying throw that number away, but the average viewership is the one that's on your screen at the bottom, unless you hide it. It's the one that's always there. It's the one that TikTok cares about. It's the one that Twitch cares about. It's the one that YouTube cares about. My personal opinion, that number means very little to mission. That number means very little. Now, people are people, but if you're trying to hone in what it is that you're doing, that's probably not the metric you should be checking out. So what is your most impactful metric? Now, what would you like to change? What would you like to change? If you could change one of your metrics, if you could trade in first-time chatters for first-time viewers, or if you could trade in first-time viewers for peak numbers, what portion of your metric do you feel falls short? Those are my two questions. We'll do a 5-minute breakout. Go ahead and think those through. Which metric do you focus on? And which one do you feel like you should be and never quite hits the numbers you think it should? Yeah, Andy, you want them? Why don't we do a 5-minute breakout, and then I just have one action slide, and I'll send them to you. Can I just drop a link on here? Cool. All right, family. Well, it is time for me to pull out the pastor card. Like I said, I've been a pastor for years and years. And one of the number one things that I've always been able to do or been required to do or been driven to do as a pastor is whenever you finish your time of speaking, you do all this prep work. If you've ever had to like sit down and write a sermon, you do hours and hours of prep work and you get it all narrowed down to 4 points in a poem. You know what I'm saying? And you get up and you present it. When you come to the end, if you do not give an exhortation, a call to change, then perhaps you haven't really done your job. So you will have to give me the benefit of the doubt when I say this is your call to action. Here's your action plan. I want to encourage you to do a couple things. Number one is to check your numbers weekly. Y'all walk around with, if you're anything like me anyway, you walk around with this supercomputer in your pocket, what we just refer to as your cell phone. Put on there a once a week alert telling you to check your numbers. Do a weekly update. Once a week, jump onto your platform and check your numbers. How did we do this week? Is there anything that sticks out? Number two, action point number two, let's run an experiment. Change your schedule, your time, your day, your event order, your format, and then track all those metrics for a change. So if you do your weekly and you get to the end and go, man, my viewer ratings are good. They're up. Man, people are loving what I'm doing, but they're just not talking to each other. Then consider running an experiment. Change a thing, one thing. Now, don't run it. It's not a one shot. You have to run it for a week or so. You have to do your experiment for more than one stream and then check your numbers against your baseline. I'm going to say that again. Change one thing and run it for a period of time, a week, a month, depending on what your schedule looks like, and then check it against your baseline. So once you have a baseline and you're like, I love my stats except this one stat, you can pretty easily narrow down what it is you need to change. You know, it's fascinating. I did this actually. And I ran my stats, I ran my regulars, and I said, man, I'm not sure what it is that I'm doing, but I'm not getting engagement right in the middle of my stream. And so I went back and I watched all the streams where I had low engagement in the middle, you know, that middle hour where your numbers are the highest, my engagement was low. What is going on? So I went back and I looked through it all and I found a stream where the very middle of my stream, my engagement was super, super high, right in the middle. And what exactly was I doing? Like what changed on that stream compared to another? And I realized that in the middle of that stream, in a very serious stream, we took a minute and we just talked with one another. I stopped doing the Bible study. I stopped doing the prayer stuff. And we watched a video that somebody had sent. You got to see this video, Pastor. And we all had a big laugh, right? And engagement went up, and then we were re-energized. And I realized that in the middle of that stream, I let my stream, my community, have a recess, right? We were doing serious work. We had a 5-minute recess. We came back, and the energy was back up again. So I encourage you, if you have a dead spot, if you have a metric that you're not happy with, run an experiment. Change your schedule, change your time, change your day, change your event order, change your format, whatever you think it needs to be changed, and do it for a set period of time, and then measure one set of numbers against the other. And I want to close with this statement. Your metrics determine your success or your failure. Why? Why? Before you all start hollering at me, why? Because your metrics are people, right? If our goal is to share the gospel with the world, every number is a person. Every comment is a person. Every follow is a person. Every sub is a person. Those are people. And so the metrics determine success, not your comfort level. Not your comfort level. One more time. It's not how comfortable I am on stream. It's those numbers. Blessings, family.
All right, man. Good stuff there. A lot of things for us to be thinking about, evaluating, and all that. Let's get fives in the chat for North Hill Live. Thank you for bringing all of that to us. A lot of stuff for us to be thinking about, and I love the challenge of, let's go and actually look at our numbers, not just keep going through and not knowing what's going on and assume that we're reaching the people that we're called to. All right. We're going to be moving on. One of our sponsors is Right Now Media. There we go. Right Now Media. And Right Now Media, this is maybe not the way they describe it, but it is the largest discipleship library of discipleship resources. And you go, what does that mean? It's kind of like it's kind of like Netflix for Christian content for your church, for your community to be able to engage in things. So maybe as a streamer, you're an individual, you have a Discord channel, and you do not have access to materials because you're not a church. Right Now Media is going to be a place where you can go, and we're going to give it to you for free. So, Andy, if you're ready, go ahead and push play on the video. All right, so I've used them for many years in different churches that I've been, and usually a church needs to subscribe, and then they can give it to all their members for free. All of you, for being here at the conference, you've got access to do that. And if you want to get this within your organization, there is a link to get discounts there as well. All of those are over in the chat. So personally, you can do this. If you're an organization, a church, we have a discount for you as well. So yeah, all the spam, exactly. I don't think there's anything else for me to add on that unless I'm missing something, Andy. Let's just go ahead and take a 2-3 minute break because some of us might need to fill our mugs or take a bathroom break, and then we will be coming back and get right into our next keynote speakers. Sound good, Andy? We all good on that? Just making sure we're good. Love it. All right. 2-3 minutes. I'm going to leave the stage. We're going to leave this open. You can just hang here. We'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes.
Living Frost 1 just rated with 4 viewers.
All right. So what's a must-see on Right Now Media for someone with a short attention span? Interesting question. So one of the things I did often is I went and looked for little funny clips that are going to be underneath the youth section in some of those sermon illustrations. They'd be, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute little videos is one of the things that I would go and look there. They're pretty funny. Anyway, we're going to shift and go into the next talk. And frankly, this one is really, really exciting for me. So if you are already doing some of these things and you're at the state of, I'm refining my answers to what we've already shared, and you're trying to do that, now we're going to talk about how do you really set the table. So how do you invite people in, not only in stream, which is where we focus so far, but also in community. And I don't think that there is anyone out there doing it any better than Lux Digital Church. And we have not only one pastor, but two pastors who are here from Lux Digital Church that are going to be sharing about how do you set the table in community. There we go. Andy, we're bringing Andy back up to the stage. Andy is so good with all the tech stuff and putting all that together and running stuff behind the scenes. And Druzy, oh my goodness, Druzy and I can just talk about anything for no reason whatsoever.
We can. I think we did for like 5 hours one day for your podcast.
Yeah, we had a podcast. I don't even know what we talked about. It was so good. But the thing I'm trying to say is I love going into your Discord from the standpoint of I don't know where to go because there's so much that can happen and you can find a place in there. So we were talking about some of those needs earlier. You have a need for people that have a place to belong. You have a need where people are connecting. You have a need for people to have truth. Like you are hitting all of those needs. That's why I feel lost. Now, maybe you're not hitting all 12, but I bet you are hitting at least 6 of the needs. Someone in your community is doing that. So there's my setup for everybody. I'll let the two of you intro yourself a little more, talk about Lux Digital Church. Definitely give a plug for you. I love what Pastor Mark has done, and the two of you coming alongside has just made it even better. And so I'll turn it over to you guys.
Thanks, Leighton. We appreciate it. Hey, everybody, welcome. Yes, he said bringing Andy back, and I thought of that Justin Timberlake thing. Druzy, it's good to see you, man. Druzy and I, we spend a lot of time on the internet together. So this is just like we're hanging out and co-working in our Lux Digital Church stream, except we've got 31 other people here, 32 other people here. Yes, I am Andy. I'm the creative pastor for Lux Digital Church, and I am. I'm good with tech. I'm good with creative and graphics and all those other things. But the guy next to me, Dalton, he is a monster when it comes to community. He's got that gifting, and I don't say that to blow smoke in places. I actually truly believe that. Like it's a humbling thing. When I first met Dalton, goodness, almost 2 years ago now, right? At NCMS. Totally. Yeah, when I first met Dalton about 2 years ago, he was just a fun, happy, awesome dude, and I was joining the team at Lux Digital Church. I had been in ministry for 13 or 14 years up to that point. I was a worship pastor and then a digital pastor for in-person churches, and then God had moved it in me and really put it on Pastor Mark's heart to like extend a job. And so I was going to come on staff, and I had made that decision, and we were praying through that and all that. And then Dalton actually had it put on his heart too. And one of the things that God was saying to him, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was, hey, go and do community, go and do discipleship, go and really help build out the community of Lux behind the scenes, and then get in front of the camera and really help people. And so we kind of wanted to talk about that. Thank you for posting that level up. That's Pastor Mark doing the hype train.
It's our fearless leader.
Yeah, with the glasses and the really ugly Christmas sweater, and his wife just like shaking her head at him. It is like the best gift in the world. But hey, so Dalton, first things first, like I want to kind of back up, like give me a little bit of your history and kind of introduce yourself to a waiting, watching world right now.
For sure. So what's up, everybody on Twitch, everybody in Discord, everybody in YouTube, all the people that will see this down the road. Man, I'm so pumped you joined us for such an awesome conference. Can we get some 5s in chat for everybody that's helped put this on? Because this has been awesome. It's been amazing, and I've been blessed to be a part of it. But today I want to introduce myself. I am Pastor Dalton, Druzy, whatever you want to call me. You could call me your favorite goob, whatever it is. I'm so glad to be hanging out with you. I am a husband of 13 years. a dad of 4 kids, 12 to 3. 3 is my Sour Patch Kid. She's the one that we weren't necessarily planning, but was crazy by all those things. What'd you say?
I said the oopsie.
Yeah, that's right. I grew up all over the country. I grew up in so many, that would take all the things. But I grew up in 7 states, 13 schools, all over the states. Just out of that came a love for people and a love for a lot of different passions, which helps me a lot in my job. But I've been in ministry for 14, 15, 16 something years, somewhere in there. Youth ministry, camp ministry, sports ministry, children's ministry, next gen ministry, and now digital ministry for the last 2 years. So been a ton of fun, do a lot of graphic design stuff on the side. But yeah, really, really, really enjoy community and discipleship.
So walk us through a little bit what you actually do at Lux right now, because we've what is it you actually do around here? No, we've talked about finding our one. We've talked about kind of how to measure if we're actually finding our one. But what we're going to kind of get into today in this talk right here is how to actually take the one and guide them into a space with other ones, with other people that are your one, with other people that are actually promoting and providing community. But let's back up a little bit. What do you do at Lux right now?
My job at Lux is the community and discipleship pastor at Lux. So I was going through the process of stepping out of youth ministry because I felt like that time was ending. And I started walking with Pastor Mark Lux, our lead pastor, with the potential of planting my own church. Long story short, I found a spot actually at Lux doing what I'm doing now as a intern volunteer, loving the community side and the discipleship side of Lux. Not that they weren't doing any of that before, because they 100% were. It's actually why I fell in love with it, because of how stripped down and simple it was. And I just loved that. I don't know if you've ever been in a ministry where you really feel like that sandbox was just designed for you. Oh man, Lux was that for me. So my role is I oversee everything that's discipleship focused. Obviously, both Andy and Mark all have a say in that too, because we work very closely as a team. But small groups is a big area of our church. It falls under my leadership at Lux, but also anything dealing with community. So a lot of the hosting stuff and the table setting, obviously, we're going to talk a lot about here, but all of the things that not only bring people into our server and into Twitch, like community events, things like that, but also the connecting points of throughout the week, like our co-working and you name it, like kind of over a slew of things, help with graphic design stuff here and there too, to help out Andy. But yeah, it's a ton of fun over our kids ministry, which we just launched. I could talk about that later too, but yeah, a ton of stuff.
Yeah, Dalton and I have been thick as thieves over the last year or so, really, as we've started to kind of find a good, cool groove. You mentioned table setters, and I want to back up to that. I think a lot of people think setting a table is just like, cool, I'm having people over for dinner. But when you actually distill down who your one is, you need to set the table for them. Can you kind of walk us through like your thought process behind that, the history behind that, and like what you're trying to do in Lux with setting tables?
Yeah, I love that, man. So the idea of table setter kind of came out of, and it's a term that anybody that's been in the church, you've heard a bajillion, we're actually preaching through a sermon right now, place at the table, right? And the idea of tables is totally common to everybody in the church world for the most part. If you haven't heard that, I want you to hear it, because I think it is one of the most efficient ways to think about what we're going to be talking about today. Maybe efficient isn't the right word, but effective, right? So table setting for us in Lux is the context of relationships, right? It's this idea that discipleship starts with relationship. It's belonging before belief, right? And a big part of that is finding out. My job is to help find out what people are passionate about, help them not only walk in that as a Christian, which is super important. This applies to all of us, whether you like board games, art, motorcycles, whatever it is. God has placed you in a place with passions and exciting things that you get you pumped in the middle of the night, in the morning, that help you start your day. And then it's taking that a step further and saying, what about, how does Jesus fit into this? Like, how does Jesus not just fit, but how does Jesus drive and put this passion on your heart? And how can you use this when it comes to the Great Commission and walking with people in their faith? So for me, a lot of that table setting mindset is finding people and what they're passionate about, helping them realize that God wants to use that in his kingdom, and then finding a place or helping them create a place within our context, us being a digital church, and saying, hey, you know what? I think you could use that gift to not only love, serve, and care for people, but also point them to Jesus. And it's amazing how many of those people are like, man, I don't know how to talk to people about the gospel. Like, I know what the gospel means to me, but like over time, as you walk with them as a leader, you start to help them realize where Halo and getting kills and hearing, all the different things can transition into gospel conversations. And that's been a really awesome part of my job.
Yeah. The interesting thing that when you start to talk about tables in community, I think a lot of people think that, man, it's going to be a lot of work to start a community. It's going to be a lot of work to really get something like that off the ground. Like, oh, it's easy for Lux because you've got a server full of people and all that, Druzy just kind of dropped in and
all that stuff.
Yeah. You've got all this other stuff. Totally. So if I am a solo streamer or I'm just creating content on TikTok right now and I am looking at trying to institute this, like, what's my first step, man? Like, how do I even take that first step?
I love that. So my career in the digital space did not start at Lux. So back in COVID, back in the great blip, as we call it, right? Like the snap moment, so to say.
The snap, yeah.
I love League of Legends. If you know anything about me, League of Legends is my jam. I have a embarrassingly amount of time in that game. It's the greatest game to me ever. I'm a competitive person. But during COVID, I was a youth pastor and I took some time off of youth ministry because our church had slowed down. Not time off, but rather the normal schedule I had drastically changed. So I still was reaching my students, still loving them, serving them, but I also just found myself with so much time. And I was like, man, I love gaming. What if I did something with this? We've all asked ourselves this, right? Like, that's why you're here. Like, what if I did something? God put it on our heart. Why don't I do something with this passion that I have for gaming? There's so many people that need Jesus. What if I use this, right? So long story short, I ended up starting a server for League of Legends that wasn't a Christian server. It was called LOL Midwest. It's still a thing. It's totally different than we ran it. We've handed off leadership since then. But man, it was such a blessing because me and another guy, Zeke, who I kind of came alongside and helped him build this thing, it became this place where we all came together around something common, a game. And we talked about this idea of belonging. And in that conversation, as we started to invite people in with us and find people that were passionate about this thing with us, we started tapping them on the shoulder and saying, hey, what if you helped us do this, right? Because I can't do this all by myself. That's where it first starts, right? Is that like you're a streamer by yourself. You're like, I don't know how to build something like this. Well, you have viewers that watch you consistently. Get to know them, care about them, love them, see what's going on in their life, and have a conversation with them. And that says, hey, you know what? I got this table that I've been wanting to do. I need help. Would you join me in that? So that's kind of where it started for me, was like asking somebody that had already been very involved in our server. And I tapped them on the shoulder and said, hey, you know what? I need your help. Would you help me in that? And then, we walked alongside them, trained them how to do things. And the same thing happens at Lux. I can't be all things to all people, but Jesus has called me to do something really specific, and God has asked you to do something specific. You just may not know it yet. So I want to tap you on the shoulder and just encourage you, man, what are you doing for the kingdom? How can you use your gifts?
Yeah, I love that. So I'm sharing the link to our kind of workbook spreadsheet doc in there. And we're going to take just a minute. We're not going to take 5 minutes in between each question, but while everything is fresh right now, by the way, the music button, just use the unmute music, man. I'm telling you, like, it makes everything better. It's just down there. If you're on mobile, I think it's still down there as well. And you get that blaring, like, bow, now. But take a second and answer that first question. Where is your community gathering right now? You know, for Druzy, it was League of Legends, which, you know, might be a blight on humanity, but, you know, he was trying to redeem it for the kingdom. Where is your community gathering? What are they doing right now? We're going to move into the relationships piece in a second, but right now, just take a minute. Just take 1 minute right now and answer. Where's your community gathering? I'm going to hit the music button. Druzy, you can hit the music button if you want to. There we go. Yeah.
I pretended that I pressed it.
I know. I saw that. That was quite clever. You're really good at this whole stream. Maybe you're an entertainer from North Hill. Maybe that's what it is.
I was trying to figure out what I was. That was good.
I don't think entertainer. I watched you play Mega Bonk last night, and it's fine. You did good. But you know, you weren't like.
I'm too serious to be.
Yeah, you weren't Susie like putting on a penguin suit when you got COVID.
Some of us are Discord people. Some of us are Twitch people.
I know. That's fine. Hey, there's nothing wrong with it. That's why we do drop in, because you get to stretch those legs just a little bit. By the way, hello to Jate live. Jate's going to be coming up in just a little bit as well. Jate got 85K on a run.
That's awesome.
Man, Jade's cracked though. Jade is the consummate entertainer. That's the thing.
Jade's the gamer.
Yeah. All right. Come on back. We just riffed for a minute or two while I had music in the background. But where's your community gathering right now is the thing. What's kind of the next step then? You identify where your community is. You identify kind of a place that you might want to gather them, be it on Discord or be it like. And this is from me to everybody here. Like, don't tell anybody this, but like, I've been trying to crack the code of how to asynchronously gather people that from other platforms that are not, you know, Twitch and Discord. I've been trying to crack the code on how to gather people from YouTube and Instagram and TikTok. And there's no good way yet. If you know of anything, like DM me, because I would love to like maybe start a conversation here, because there's enormous potential for all of that. But in the meantime, you know, trying to shift people where the community actually is right now. What's the next step? We talk about kind of relationships being the basis for everything. What is the next step in establishing that community?
Yeah, I think you have to ask yourself a question, right? Like, before you go live, you know, what's your purpose? And we've talked a lot about that today already, right? Like, why are you streaming? And I think the question is, like, what if your Discord or your Twitch stream could be someone's first experience with Jesus? And as you're walking in that, you start to build relationships with people because you're here for whatever reason God's put on your heart. And a lot of us are here talking about this idea of discipleship, which comes through relationships. So as we're building relationships, then we have to start asking us, and I've already seen it in chat too, what makes sense for the platform I'm on, right? Like Lux Digital Church is on Twitch. Discord is such a natural place for us to do community. Twitch is not community necessarily. We throw that term out because we're gathered around things. You could have great conversations on Twitch. You could have a lot of things you could check in on people. But man, the relationships that I find Jesus wants us to have are so much more than just that Sunday morning relationship, the 3 times you stream a week relationships, right? So you may not be a Discord person. You may not be a community person, but there are people that God is going to bring to you that will be. And for Lux, I guess that was me in a lot of cases, but like there will be somebody in your group that will be connectors and community builders. So you have to have a place for them to do that, right? Like in your Twitch chat is not that really. Like there's a lot of great relational stuff that happens. I love when we do services and you see everybody checking back in with each other that maybe don't catch up with each other. It's one of my favorite parts of our service. However, those relationships carry over into Discord and go deeper than Twitch could ever offer. So for you, no matter what platform you're on, you have to find what is the place for it, your third place that's connected to that method of going live, so to say, of reaching. The reaching the stage is very much the outward, like light in the dark place. So now like you're drawing them in. So now where are you drawing them into? And you have to answer that really for you and the platform you're on, right? So for us, Twitch, Discord, man, that is a beautiful marriage. And I'm grateful for that. May not be around forever, but right now God is really using that space for many of us right? But if you're on YouTube, what is that? If you're on TikTok, what is that? Facebook, even, I saw that as something, I've watched maybe a handful of Facebook gaming things throughout my life. One of them led me to the LOL Midwest server.
Get
that
out
was
of here.
Clearly a God thing, dude, because I never watch Facebook Live.
Wow.
But, God could use a lot of different things. WhatsApp is a great example of a place, I think there are certain things that are more billboards. We talk about this a lot. Chino's really good about talking about this. And there's certain places that are the communal spaces. So you really have to weigh out what's a billboard for talking about community and tables, and what's a place where we actually can set tables. So for us, Discord just makes so much sense, but it fits with our platform. So that's kind of where we're at. Where is your community gathering at? That's the question for us.
Yeah.
So did you ask that next question going?
Yeah, I wanted to lean into the relationship piece. So before we get to recruitment, like I said at the very beginning of this, you're a relationship monster, and I think a lot of times people that are very process oriented like me, people also that are kind of introverted like me, and I think a lot of us online are.
Totally.
We're introverted extroverts. Like that's what I am. I'm an introverted extrovert. I think you're a straight up extrovert. So you have no introvert qualities to you whatsoever. Maybe occasionally like you need to go sleep in a corner, but by and large, like I've been on trips with you. I've been with you online. Like you could just talk to people all day. Like that fills you up.
Can't shut me up. Yeah.
Jate, same thing. Like I'm an extroverted introvert though. Like I love being around people, but they're at a certain point. It's like, listen, I got to go pump my brakes. For people in that vein, having relationships is tough. And I'm not talking like marriage relationships. Forming relationships and forming bonds is tough. And then letting those bonds kind of work into the mission field and work into table setting. How do you form those relationships, especially when you're looking at community building, especially when you're looking at your one? Like do you have any tips or any go-tos for everyone?
No, that's good. Let's start talking about, so say I meet somebody new at Lux and I'm sitting in with them and maybe in a group or maybe it's one-on-one. It really doesn't matter to me. My job is to not make it about me. I think that is one of the hardest things for all of us is that we want to talk about ourselves. But I think the important thing is every single day we have to fight the flesh that we have, right? That man in the mirror moment where that's all we want to focus on. But God has called us to something so much different when we walk with Christ, right? He asks us to look up to what God has for us, that vertical moment, and to look to the sides, not so much that guy in the mirror. So when I'm sitting at a table with somebody, I really want to get to know them. And the beauty of this is they want to talk about themselves most of the time, right? Even the most introverted introvert, man, I just start prodding and asking questions in a healthy way. I'm not like, hey man, tell me about yourself, right? But like I'm asking questions that I know can draw out things in their life. What are your hobbies? In our space, man, it is so we have it easy in so many ways, guys. Like all we have to do is, hey, what's your favorite game? That tells you so much about someone, right? And even then, like in Discord, we get to people even in our gaming space of a church where they don't like games. That's okay. Like, what are you into? And use that as a launching pad for something. However, I want you to be intentional. I'm super ADHD, and no matter how much Chino says I'm a beast at this, I could care a lot about myself, and I could wait to try to say something for what's coming next, right? I could be listening, but it just go from one ear to the next. So what I've really started doing online, especially, is try to be on camera myself, even if they aren't. And I try to listen and take notes as they're speaking. Discord has an amazing feature, right click, edit note. I take notes on people all the time. If you are on my account, if I showed you your profile, you probably have a note. Some people may say that's weird, but what I say is it's intentional because Jesus loves this person so much and I want to care for them just as much. So I'm meeting so many people daily, and I know you are too in your space. You need to remember things about people to be intentional with them. So I want to know, like, hey, are they in a relationship? What job do they have? Like, what are they passionate about? What are their favorite games? How do we connect? I start taking notes on those things so I could call them back next time I see them in a chat and they're sitting by themselves. Like, oh yeah, this guy really likes Halo. And man, I've been saying Halo a lot. Our community is really big on Halo right now. But this guy really likes this thing. This person, really likes this thing, and they're in this stage of life and they're looking for this, and then I could call back to it and I could ask them about it. And even further, I could ask them, hey, how can I be praying for you? And then I take that down and then ask them how that went, right? Like, it's just simple, tiny, intentional things that you could do that could help you set tables. You start to build relationships, you start to train other people to do those same things, and it'll change your space in ways that you can never imagine. It's a simple, intentional thing, but it shows so much care and love for that person, and they feel it as long as you're being intentional with it. You're not just doing it for statistics or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to take a second. We want to answer that question in your spreadsheet as well. Take a second. What do your current relationships look like? Are you just kind of scattering them to the wind? Are you just kind of hoping that God is going to drop a positive relationship that you can then build a community around? Are you actually investing in the mission field? Like, what is your level? You can give yourself a 1 to 10 grade. This is not to be scathing. Nobody else is going to see this, but answer that question. What do your current relationships look like? Are they healthy? Are they unhealthy? Are they non-existent? I mean, I know in my life, like, they're fairly healthy most of the time, only if I invest the time. But if I don't let them invest, or if I don't invest them over the span of weeks and months, they start to crumble. So take a second, turn the music on, and go answer that question. Also, while you're doing that, I will show off my iPhone 17 Pro Max. You've got yours.
That thing.
Nah, bro, I tried the small one, and yeah, you've got yours too. But I've got mine in the Halo case. Yeah,
It's beautiful.
yeah.
Love it. Master
It has
Chief
a
edition.
it has a yeah. It's not Master Chief. It's Mr. Chief. This is my Mr. Chief. Yeah, I just don't feel like. Yeah.
You just don't feel like calling your phone master, though sometimes that'll preach as a youth pastor.
Ooh,
Sometimes
bro.
it does master you.
This is Master right here. I am a UM fan, not orange and green. Get out of here. I'm a Michigan fan.
Yeah. Flat cap. I think the 3-12-72 is really important, right? Like, when you're thinking about your teams, when you're thinking about who you are, all of those things, I think that's important. You know, one of the things, sorry to keep talking as people are working through things, but one of the things I think that is great feedback that's encouraging to me a lot is that our staff is very just ground level with our people. And you as a streamer, it can be very easy as you're building teams to step out of the relationship side of things and let your teams handle it. Don't ever lose that. Don't ever lose being on ground level with your people. In the internet and online and in the digital spaces, we have to be better at relationships than any other place. I really believe that with all my heart. Like, to connect with people, be on the ground, get your knees and hands digitally dirty, right? Like, you have to be there with your team, doing it with your team. So don't forget that.
Yeah, that's good. Tope, never been in a Discord conference before. Loving this. Yeah, Flat Cap saying, we've never done it either. Yeah, this is all first time. We're all just trying stuff. It's been great.
We're all new to this.
Yeah, this is all a brand new thing. I want to move on. So the interesting thing that then starts to happen, and you can, if you can see the spreadsheet, you know where I'm going with this, that big ugly R word, recruitment. Mm-hmm. So you've figured out where your community is gathering. You've now identified where you possibly want to move them, hopefully, maybe, probably want to try to gather your community. You've got a couple of key relationships that you're forming. You're seeing, first-time chatters, first-time guests coming in to your streams. You're seeing your view count go up. Hopefully everything is up and to the right.
Yep.
But then you hit that wall because you're trying to do everything yourself. You're trying to connect to everybody yourself. You're running out of time. You're running out of hours. You're running out of patience. I know when I have connected too much and not withdrawn enough into myself, and Dalton and Mark have heard this, but I have a give a crap meter. My give a crap meter goes to 0, and I get real cynical real quick. And for me, that is, I've just been operating on empty. You're operating and you're trying to do things and it's not really working, and that's where recruitment comes in. Dalton, talk to me about recruitment is in Lux right now. What's your process? How do you go about doing things in Lux?
Yeah, you're just gonna keep hearing it from me. Relationships, right? So I've built. It's
stream over.
Yeah, it just stream's done. Yeah, you could ask Level Up. Level Up says he just asked them to do it. This is true. No. This is absolutely true. But what Level Up also knows is it's because we built a relationship, right? Like, it's because I've sat with people. Man, the digital space is so about time. If you want to do ministry well here in the digital space, it's about time. And I'm not always saying time as in like you have to be here 80 hours a week, but it has to be intentional, right? So I've spent time with our people. Actually, I was just telling someone the other day that for the first time in my ministry ever, finding volunteers isn't a drudging experience. Online, there are people that are screaming to be a part of what God is doing, screaming. And you're either not listening or you're not seeking it out, right? You're not sitting with people. And my experience is, man, when I sit with somebody and I start to talk to them, and I start to see what they're passionate about, and I start to see who they are and where they're at with their walk with Jesus, you know, I start to see like, man, this person would be great fit for here. And I believe it's my part as a shepherd. Now, yes, we're in a church setting, but even for you, right? Like there's a part of shepherding that God has called you to, right? 2 Corinthians says that you are an ambassador for Christ. Right. So you are an ambassador for Christ in the space you're in. And that means that sometimes you get to speak awesome, amazing things into people's lives, and you get to ask them to do things that stretch themselves and step out of their comfort zone. So for you, as you're talking and building relationships with people, it's about tapping shoulders and saying, you know what, hey, I have this thing. Like I would love for you to be a part of it. I am doing it right now, but to be honest, if I want to do this other thing really well, I need somebody to help me in this. Would you be willing to do that? And my experience is, man, so much. Dr. Level Up posted, he just asks earlier. And that's true because at our church, we've got a lot of people right now in the current situation here in the United States that are struggling financially. And in that, I've heard a lot of feedback from our community of like, man, I just don't know what to do. Now, Level Up, I know, is somebody that's really good with his finances. So I messaged him the other day and I just said, hey, bro, like you're really good with this concept of biblical finances and you're really good at this area. Would you and your wife consider praying and joining me in leading a small group? Now, he's said yes to that, or at least it's a 90%. I don't want to put him on the spot here right now.
No, he said yes. It's 100% right now. It's on the internet.
100% right now. It's on the internet. It's recorded, done, right? We're doing it, he says. Awesome.
Signed
Peer
it.
pressure. But it's the relationship that Level Up and his wife, Lady Level Up, we've built, right? That we know each other's heart. He knows that I care for him, but he also knows that like when I ask him something, there's this accountability of like stretching each other and that we need each other to do this. And you have to open yourself up to being stretched by the people you're talking to too, right? You're not the commander dictator in this situation. When you ask people to join you in this, you give up part of that. And it may change a little bit of what the dream was for you. Doesn't mean that it changes the mission and vision, but it may do things a little bit differently. And there's some of that humbling yourself and realizing, man, the body is better when it's not just me running everything.
I want to, it helps me, and this is not just for table setters and communities. This is not just for, small group leaders. This is for mods. This is for people that you want to come bring onto your content team. This is like that relationship piece is an all-encompassing thing to ministry. And one of the things I have struggled with a lot, and Born Again, I want to get to your statement there in a second because you just spurred this on. One of the things I have struggled with is because I am an extroverted introvert, and a lot of the times I see the energy outlay of trying to form a relationship and talk to somebody. It's like, man, I'd just rather do this myself. Like I can get this done. And that's when I'm stretched. That's when my energy depletes. That's when my give a crap meter goes to zero. That's when I get very cynical and very angry and I want to quit and give up. And Born Again said, I need to see how to gauge people's skills. I put out a few requests to my most dedicated viewers and participants, and like all of them said, no, thanks. Some of them thought, nah, I could never do that. Inserts negative self-talk here. I think that's a common thing in ministry too, right? Like if we're, and this is not calling you out, Born Again, because like I'm right there with you, but a lot of the times I'll ask somebody to do something, not a lot. Sometimes I'll ask people to do something and it's like, I didn't really have the best relationship with them, or it was just kind of like a handshake agreement that you do your thing and I'll do my thing, and then they say no. The negative self-talk thing, that's a discipleship thing that you can definitely invest in. But Dalton, how would you kind of get around that part? The people saying no thanks.
So we have a lady right now in our church. I won't use her name. She wouldn't care
please.
anyways. Just I'm not going to use her name. But I actually talked to her. We've been needing more small group leaders because our small group ministry has been growing, and that's exciting, right? We talked about stats in the last session. Man, our stats are going really well because God is growing things, and that's exciting. Like, praise God for that. But with that, we need more table setters that are small group leaders, right? So I actually asked one of the ladies at our church that I have a really good relationship with, her and her husband. And I said, hey, would you think about this? And at that time she was like, I'm not ready for that yet. And that's great. That's one of the things, like, you have to be okay with asking and people saying not yet or never. And you have to pray about it, and you have to maybe give it time to ask them again later, but you have to be okay with that. Now, this person, I said, hey, that's great. Can I still ask you to pray about it for maybe a different season? A month later, they came back and they're like, you know what? I think I want to do the volunteer training, but I'm not sure if I still want to do this yet. I said, hey, you know what? Can I ask you something? Can I put you with another leader rather than lead it by yourself? Can I put you with another leader, like a baby step in this process, and see what you think about it? And now, like, they've already led groups several times on their own. Like, God is doing really awesome things through them, and they're so pivotal at our church. But it does take time throughout all of this process. Some people are going to be ready to jump in right there, right then, and do all the things and do them far better than you would ever do them. But some people are going to need you or someone else to walk with them in the process. And you have to be okay with that. And you have to realize that sometimes when you hand things off to people, it's going to be messier than the way you would have done it. But overall, if we're walking with them in relationship, they will grow in their role and they will get better. And man, my prayer is that they get better than I ever would have been in that. Because that's what's best for the kingdom, right? Like, when we're all using our gifts, we're all in together, man, it creates something really beautiful. So it takes time. And it just takes you walking with people at the different stages. Just like you and me are at different stages in our faith, there are people at different stages in their willingness to serve and readiness to serve.
Another question that's a good question. How about the people who are asking to help out and I get the sense they aren't mature enough? What do you do in that situation?
Love that. So we actually have a lot of that too, right? At Lux, we deal a lot with that. And I think a big important part of that is having a really clear process up front for what it means to be on a team. What it means to be a table setter in your context. I think a lot of times that up front, we use, a form that has a lot of spiritual questions, maturity questions, and expectations of our team. We also have some videos that go into training. It's super easy for y'all to some extent. So many of you are great at content. Man, what would it be like for you to take an afternoon, sit down, and make a 5-minute video with you and maybe one of your awesome mods or something, and just say, hey, this is what it means to be a mod for Jate Live, right? I'll throw Jate's name out there, right? Like, what if you created some quick content that helps train your mods, your Discord community leaders, your insert whatever platform you're on? What if you added some things, some processes up front that show people really clearly what it means to be on your team, and then follow up with some conversations? For us, we actually have some high-level volunteers that actually, once you go through the initial form process, they meet with them for several weeks, and we pretty much find right away if they're the people that want to be on our team. Like, we make it not hard, but we make it a process where you really kind of shave off if they really want to be a part of this, because man, this matters. This is intentional. These are people's lives and this is the kingdom, right? Like, there are positions at our church in our ministry that are easier to get into, and there are positions that are harder. For you, you're going to have team members. Maybe an admin role is not somebody you just need to give to somebody, right? Like, they have control of things you don't want them to have control of if they're just some Joe Schmo, right, that comes in and wants to serve. But maybe you have a different thing. Maybe it's somebody that just does clips for you. For your Twitch stream. They sit in chat, they're there all the time, and you're like, hey, you know what, could you start here? And then watch them in that process, give pointers to them. If they don't take feedback well, maybe there's a discipleship conversation, a leadership conversation that needs to happen that either can help them grow or help them figure out and self-select to be off your team. Very, very little amount of times at Lux do one of us pastors or leaders at our church have to really turn somebody away, but it's more of like giving them space to see whatever God is doing in that role and seeing if they want to self-select in or out.
Yeah, that's great. We got a lot of great questions coming in. We've only got a few minutes left.
man,
I do
sorry
want to
about
ask
that.
you. I want to. No. This has been awesome. We. If you have more questions, stuff, you can always DM Druzy, but you can also jump
Always.
into the Lux server. But you can also hang out here. We have a room that Druzy can go hang out in a little bit. There's two other questions. What do you do with people that want to join the team who are only focused on positions like preaching? Is one, and then the second one from Blessed Tim. What if your regulars are not believers? And that's the one I want to hit on right now. What if your regulars are not believers? What if your community right now is a non-believing community, and yet you want to train people how to speak about Jesus in a good way? What do you do then?
Yeah, I think that takes, if we're going to talk about that second question, that takes a lot of intentionality on your part. We do experience that a little bit at Lux. We are very upfront that we are a digital church, so we get a lot less of that than you may. So let's specifically talk about your situation rather than ours, because even in our situation, we have available options for them to join certain things. However, there are just roles that you have to be a believer in, and we're very clear about that, because like small group leaders especially, like we have a tier of like maturity in your faith kind of volunteer roles. For you in your context, I think it really matters of if somebody comes to you and they talk to you and they want to serve and they're really dedicated and they know who you are and they know where you're at with your faith, and they're been open. You've gotten to know them. You've built a relationship with them. They're open about where they're at. I think it really matters of what they're wanting to do with your teams. And I think you really need to pray and discern about that. Right? Like there is not always a perfect position for everyone. Sometimes you create a position because you're like, man, didn't even know I needed this, but this person fits it. However, I think for a non-believer to come onto your team, I also think you as a leader need to really think about putting them with somebody that's going to walk with them and disciple them if you can't, or you need to step into that role to walk with them and do life with them regularly and talk a lot about faith with them and be open from the very front that here's our goals and our missions, right? Like don't water down what you're doing to try to change something in order to make them feel comfortable on the team. Be open and honest about what God has called you to and talk to them in that process. Now, also, once again, think about where they're at, right? Think about the influence they have, think about the roles they have and where that meshes with the mission and vision of what you're doing.
Yeah, that's great. We're gonna, obviously you have this spreadsheet with you, and that last question is not something that we want you to answer right now. Maybe invite 3 Christians to join you in your ministry, recruit your friends to join you. Absolutely. Like that's perfect for Joy. By the way, Joyjet coming all the way from India has no clue about Discord.
Let's go, Joy. We're
gonna scare Joyjet by putting 5s in chat for Joyjet right now. Everybody throw a 5 in chat for Joyjet. Yep, that just means we're clapping, we're giving you high fives, we're doing the whole thing. Thanks for joining us all the way from India, trying to reach into different cultures and different, literally 99% is what they said, are unbelievers, and into different religions, faith practices, all the things. That last question on that spreadsheet is what could be your first table? And this is not something that I personally want you to answer right now. Maybe something has sparked from this conversation. You go, okay, cool. I know where they're gathering. I've got a couple of relationships. I think I know how I can plug them in. And, tables could be your greeters. It could be your mods. It could be your small group leaders. It could be, people that are gaming and helping with, Bible study and sending texts and sending DM, get creative and all that. God's a creative God, and he made us to be creative people as well. But I think more than that, you need to spend some time praying and thinking about your mission field and really mulling over what could be your first table? What could be your first dream big. And then, you can start to take some steps into it, but dream. Like, for example, if like Druzy was dreaming, his first table was really a League of Legends thing. And I'm sure Druzy didn't set out playing watching that stupid video on Facebook. Maybe it wasn't stupid, but most videos on Facebook are stupid. Watching a video on Facebook and saying like, I'm going to set my table there. But instead, he was dreaming big. He kind of backed up into that and went, okay, no, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. We have, if 5s mean clapping, absolutely. We have an enormous potential with everything, all the content that we're creating, all of the people that we're reaching, non-believers and believers alike. We have enormous potential, and it's going to take you and your kind of God-given mission to go out and set a table for people so that they can actually join you at the seat with your Lord and Savior Jesus. Druzy, anything else before we close up shop here?
No, I think that other question, I just want to speak to this real quick. The question about somebody that's seeking a lot of power.
Yeah.
Man, Lux,
Kick
we
'em
have
out.
this thing called
Ban 'em.
yes, ban them. No, not at all. We've had this conversation a lot with a lot of people. We have a standard of guides versus heroes. It's something Pastor Mark put in as a culture thing at Lux very early on, that just as Jesus came to serve, we also have served. So like we also are here to serve, right? So I think having a culture of servant heartedness is important. And when people want to come in and be a leader right away rather than a servant, they don't get your culture if you've built it right. So encourage servanthood over stage time, and you'll see God really bless that. We'll keep it super simple, but in our experience, when we have conversations and they're seeking power over servanthood, they're probably not a person that needs to be in a leadership role anytime soon. Doesn't mean we won't add them to a team, but we want them to understand the culture, and more importantly, not our culture. We want them to understand kingdom culture. So that's kind of where I would go with that.
Yeah. Druzy, thank you, man. Fives in
Love it,
chat
dude.
for Dalton for absolutely crushing it. If you do have questions, he's a DM away. He'll be hanging out a little bit as well. But man, I'm so honored that we get to serve with you. I'm going to throw you back into the audience here. But thanks so much, man. Thanks for your wisdom.
Stage dive. Love you guys.
Okay, and everybody catch him. Ready? Just like we're at a Nickelback show. Nickelback is his favorite band.
Don't give me, don't throw that on me. Get me off the stage. I don't want to be here.
Okay, bye. Okay, and he's gone. Fantastic. I'm gonna stay here for just a second because I'm gonna have to share a video. But man, thanks for letting us speak into that a little bit, and hopefully you gained a little bit of kind of creative notion as to where you can be pushing your community next.
Yeah, I would say I was just fire. I would say the chat was lighting up, engaged with it, asking questions around that, and I think that some of it is some of us are already in here doing some of those things and refining what we're doing, and so it just makes sense to where a lot of us might be at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a sponsor coming up. We actually have somebody live from Next Steps. Now, Kelly, I'm going to bring Kelly up here right now, and then I can't shrink away because I'll have to share this video. Kelly Bones. So Kelly's going to turn her camera on in a second. I just have to say, Kelly Bones, you sound like a mobster from Sons of Anarchy. Like, do you get that a lot?
Oh yeah, either that or Star Trek. So it's either one. Yeah. Also, too, grew up with Nickelback, so I think I'm gonna have to stage dive for Nickelback as well.
Well, we'll chuck you off in a second, but we just wanted to introduce Next Steps. The entire kind of Jesus film Next Steps movement. So we're gonna mute up here. I want to play this video, and then we're gonna turn it over to Kelly.
Do you remember the last time you watched something that moved you spiritually? Maybe it was a sermon clip or a short film, or even the Jesus film. But what happened next? Most of us just scroll on to the next thing, and the impact fades. For the last 40 years, Jesus Film Project has been at the forefront of visual storytelling, capturing and translating thousands of hours of media that have touched millions. But pressing play is no longer enough. To truly change lives, we need to help people go beyond just watching content. Everyone, everywhere needs a next step to discover and follow Jesus. Let me introduce you to Next Steps, a revolutionary tool that lets viewers seamlessly engage and take action directly from the screen they watched our content. With a further tap, users can hear the gospel, ask for prayer, connect with the local community, and grow their faith through experiences called Journeys. Journeys combine clips from the Jesus Film Project and custom content with interactive elements tailored to each viewer's needs and interests. Across the world, Next Steps is already proving effective. In Ukraine, pastors' wives are using it to guide faith communities and invite people to church. In Malaysia, Campus Crusade for Christ is using it to help students follow Jesus and invite others into prayer groups. And even in Korea, digital missionaries are using culturally relevant journeys to share Christ with their communities. Imagine the ripple effect if every viewer could take a personalized step towards discovering and following Jesus. Well, now they can. Join us in providing next steps because everyone, everywhere, deserves a next step to take. Let's give that to them.
Yay. Okay, I guess I'm on here on my own, but yeah, so I work for the Jesus Film Project, and for those of you who have never heard of Jesus Film, it is totally okay. We have been around for a while now with a film that has been created in over 2,200 languages at this point. And so essentially, Jesus Film has really loved being able to share the gospel in a lot of heart language and in a variety of different ways and means. But as times are changing, so is, our ability to interact online. And so why am I here? I'm here to share with you guys about a tool that we have created called Next Steps. And so why does this matter to you? Why does this matter to the gaming community? I will tell you. So as you guys are on here, and even I was listening to I think it was Drew's share, and just kind of even asking some questions like, where is your community gathering, and like, what is your purpose, and why are you streaming, and kind of seeing like that certain things are billboards, and but at the same time you maybe have that one-on-one interaction with someone. Those are all great things that as we're thinking about those, then how do we actually make that happen? Obviously you can have conversations with people, but we have this really cool tool that's called Next Steps, where you can create interactive digital journeys that allow someone to kind of click through and submit questions and answer polls. You can share your own videos, not just Jesus Film content. You can upload your own images. Like, it is just a customized digital experience that allows you as the creator to kind of open up a custom journey for someone. And so one of the other questions that Drews was asking was like, asking someone like, what's your favorite game? That could be a perfect intro to then kind of leading someone through a next steps journey. And so we've seen this been working in a number of different ways, but I would love, especially in kind of the group hang that I have on here, I can go through actual journeys with people who are maybe a little bit interested in it. I don't think I can share my screen on here at all. Can I?
Slack just followed.
I think I'm on my own in here. Anyways, it's really, really cool. The technology behind this is amazing. Where, oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi. Yes, you can share your screen. Right at the bottom, there's a little button that says share your screen.
Screen would probably be better. So I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Where would this be on here?
Bottom bar.
I've never been on Discord before today.
That's okay. Bottom bar, there's like a red disconnect thing, and then you can kind of scroll over a little bit, and then you'll see the little sort of like share thing. It says share your screen right next to your camera.
Yeah, for some reason it's not allowing me to do that. But
well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's fun. Anywho, the means of it, the root of Next Steps, essentially, is that you can be able to create kind of like your own platform. So think TikTok meets Choose Your Own Adventure book, but it's all online. So I would love any questions as I'm kind of sharing. I am looking onto your thing. She's good. With it now, great. So one fun example of this is just how people have been using it to essentially share like with direct messages. We had a church in Malaysia where they literally said, okay, we're going to make 3 different Next Steps journeys, and we're going to equip all the different members with just a URL link, and any different way, whether that was WhatsApp or, whatever platform that they were going to share it with, they were equipped with this journey that then they could go out and share with their friends and community. And they were all challenged to share it with 5 different people. And so that then led to, it was 75 churches that actually like went and did this, and they were able to see over 100,000 people interacting with these journeys. And so it just makes it really, really cool to be able to interact with people, not only online, but then also too, whenever you are that person who has that link to that person, then you can continue to message them. You can ask them questions about it. We have features like, being able to click buttons that links people directly to any URL that you're wanting. And so once again, it can be very interactive and really cool. So I would love, oh, are you sharing it now?
I'm just sharing the website right now. You might have, I just gave you permissions. You might have the little thing pop up at the bottom. Discord is kind of wonky sometimes. It's built on the back of like some 1980s technology. So sometimes it works and sometimes it just doesn't.
If you want to scroll down, and
Yeah.
so let me show you kind of right now. I love this. Thank you. I should have asked this earlier, but
That's great.
essentially we have kind of 4 means of being able to share it. So invite journeys, prayer journeys, evangelistic journeys, and discipleship journeys. And so each one of these are just kind of different ways that people are actually using next steps. If you want to click on the invite journey and scroll down, you can go on to preview alpha template. Let's do that little red button.
Right here.
Perfect. So Alpha is a known Bible study that a lot of people are going through. And so this is a template that someone could easily come and grab off of our website, and they would be able to then go on, make changes, adapt it however they're wanting it. But it just gives you a little bit of a glimpse on kind of like what the back end looks like, and then also to how you can make it completely interactive. So if you want to click use this template, ooh, you've never logged in before. Here we go.
This is a, yeah, we're just going to log in like that. We're going to just do the Google login. One second.
Yeah. Makes it easy.
Heck yeah.
Awesome.
Here we go. By the way, Born Again says, am I the only one who finds a cool tool like this for reaching people and my eyes are leaking? Like, absolutely, yes.
And one thing that's incredible is it's free, guys. Like, you guys can completely come in and customize this. So once again, we have templates, but you can also make this completely from scratch. So if you want to click on that card right there, this one, yep.
Yep.
And then click it on your right-hand side.
This one? Oh, right here.
No, the actual big, yeah. So now you can see that you can customize all of this, whether that's the text, the background image. If you want to click the background, maybe exit, card properties, background. So we have the ability to change the image. So if you would click the pencil button, we have unsplash, so you can go in and add anything that you're wanting with your images from there, but also too you can upload your own images. You can create an AI image if you're wanting to. So you can do the same thing with video as well. But one thing I love about Next Steps is that it's completely customizable, and it's an incredible way for you to be able to create something that looks and feels like your community. So like, y'all know the Discord community, y'all know the gaming community, you know the games that you go through, and Twitch, all that stuff that I'm not as aware of, right? But you guys know it. And so y'all can come on here and customize a journey or create one from scratch that's completely thinking through like your own audience, and add a video on there that could be kind of that inspirational video, like what Drew's was talking about, like, hey, do you want to come and join us? Like we need help being able to like reach other people on Discord. Like, look at all these different options that you could choose. You can do poll questions, and so people could literally go on and like click like, yeah, no, I don't want to do that, that sounds horrible, or like, yeah, maybe count me in, I don't know, or I actually want to learn something more about this. And so then you get to actually kind of understand where your audience is. It's interactive, it kind of has that gaming feel. But yeah, just wanted to share this as a tool and a resource that allows you guys to be able to have an interactive experience with your audience that we're offering to y'all, and we would love for y'all to use. So if y'all have more questions, feel free to get onto my little I don't even know what it's called. I'm not on Discord. I literally just got onto it today. What's the room that you're putting me in?
Yes, she's gonna have her own voice chat, and she also has we're gonna take a little bit of a break. She's gonna be down in her voice chat. You can feel free to pop over there and ask her any questions and spam her with all of the questions. I think I'm just gonna sit here and keep changing the backgrounds on this thing the entire time because that seems the most fun to me. But yeah, go have a conversation, and she also has an actual sponsor info table if you want to go grab any links. But Kelly, thank you. This is fantastic, and the fact that this is free, I think everybody's eyes just sort of lit up and went, oh, literally. This is, yeah. Druzy said, well, I was going to work on stuff tomorrow, but now my brain is locked in on this. Yeah.
I know, and it's super, super fun. Also, too, there's a QR code generator in there as well. And so you can literally click on share. You can customize your own URL completely, too, if you're wanting to even change like the full thing that doesn't say next steps. You can make it completely your own. And so that's really cool. The QR code is really cool because you can even continue to change your next steps journey, and the QR code will stay the same. And so, there's just a lot of things that we have thought about because we've heard and listened to people like you guys who are users. And so we wanted to create something that would be a blessing for those who are trying to share and interact in the digital world. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you that I am such a noob for Discord and I have no idea what I'm doing on here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
my husband for help. I was like, how do I download this thing? So anyway.
Hey, we're going to put some 5s in chat right now for Bones. Put some 5s in chat for Bones, for Dr. Kelly Bones over here. And we're going to take a little bit of a short break. Kelly, feel free to head over to your room right now. I'm actually going to dismiss you from the audience, or back into the audience. So Kelly's going to stage dive. Everybody wave goodbye to her. There she is. She's stage diving like Eddie Vedder in Pearl Jam. We're going to take a short break here. Leighton, I don't know timing wise. Let's see if we take there's Leighton right there. Leighton's better with math than I am because math is...
I think if we want to get back on track, it would be 2:35, so 7-minute break.
Okay, yeah, let's go. Let's grab a 7-minute break. If you're gonna go hang out with Kelly, she's down in the Next Step sponsor room right now, and our feelings won't be hurt if you don't come back after talking to her because those tools are quite amazing. But until then, we're gonna mute up here. I'm gonna stop sharing this screen. I'm gonna turn on my Muzak. Leighton's gonna go away. We love you. Be back in 7-ish minutes. We'll see you then. Ta-ta for now.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. I don't know why I like to do the all right, all right, all right. Or welcome, welcome, welcome. Or thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know. Something about doing it 3 times just makes it feel like you're bringing in the Holy Spirit.
It's a real Matthew McConaughey vibe, like, all right, all right.
I don't say it that slow.
No, that's true. And you don't have, I mean, you went to college in Texas, but like it's
Oh, seminary, not college, but
seminary.
Yes.
You went to seminary
and
in
I
Texas.
and I and I
fine.
really spent a lot of time making sure I did not pick up a Southern drawl while I was there, which was easy because half of the students were international, so they didn't have one anyway. So
That's true. That's true. All right, all right, all right.
well, we have more sponsors, and like if you've been excited about some of the ones we've had already, we've got more. Like that's not it. And one of the things I know that sometimes we have conversation as streamers is where do I make my money so that I can do what God's calling me to do? And if you're a business-minded person and doing mission as business, I mean, BAM is going to have some things I think you might be excited about. So, Andy.
At eComza, we empower missionaries, faith-driven entrepreneurs, and churches to build sustainable income so they can become self-funded, support their communities, and change lives. In our Startup Academy, we work directly with you. We teach you the essentials of e-commerce and digital marketing, and we offer personalized mentorship to guide you every step of the way. We help you design and set up your online store, connect you with trusted suppliers, and give you the tools to overcome barriers like language and local markets. With eComza's digital franchise, you get a digital catalog from trusted suppliers. You simply offer these products in your store. When a customer places an order, the supplier ships it directly to them. You don't need to manage inventory or invest up front. You start small and grow on your own terms. With eComza, anyone can become self-funded, even with limited capital and resources. At eComza, you don't just learn business, you launch one.
Hi everyone, my name is Kalle. I'm the founder of eComza. We do e-commerce and digital marketing consulting. What makes eComza unique is that we provide hands-on guidance and a community that supports you every step of the way. We help brands grow globally, and we help individuals start their own businesses without upfront investments or risk. How do we do that? We designed a 6-week live training where you will learn everything from entrepreneurship, e-commerce, digital marketing, customer service, AI tools, and then we design your online store and connect you to the right partners. We have started hundreds of online businesses, and the business models we have seen succeed so far. First, the reseller model. Reselling can go both ways. You can find interesting local products and sell them globally, or source unique products from around the world and introduce them to your local market. We help you do the research to find the right markets and focus on getting orders before you buy anything. Second, print on demand. This is ideal for influencers, gamers, and live streamers. Creating merchandise with your design and sell them to your followers and customers. You upload your design and you push the product to your online store ready to sell. Third, digital franchising, where you connect to trusted brands and sell their products in your region. When your customer orders, it goes directly to the supplier who will ship it directly to your customer. You keep the profit. We work only with trusted brands around the world who have quality products, fast shipping, and good refund policy. You can also sell personal skills as well, like teaching, training, consulting. We personally will guide you through each step and make sure that you feel confident and supported. We stay with you for 6 months after you launch your online store. We can't wait to help you make your vision a reality. Visit our website to join the next cohort, and let's create impact together. Thank you very much.
All right, so If you like more info, you'll be able to head over to either the channel, or I should say the channel there with BAM, Ecomza, and get all the links and everything over there. I did put it in the chat as well. And if you have more questions, we'll try to help you out with that. All right, Andy, I guess I'm turning it over to you now. You're muted.
Yeah, I lost my mouse there for a minute, and then I couldn't actually figure out how to find it. You ever have that problem where
with
you
three screens? Yes, I have that problem.
Yes, that's the problem, because I've got 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
and then I've got the laptop screen that's actually doing a lot of recording right now.
Yep,
But it is a
totally get
skill
that.
issue, to be honest. Yeah, and Kale, thank you so much for joining us. Ecomza has been a brilliant partner for us, and I know it talks about e-commerce and things like that, but for us that are online and are constantly trying to find our niche, one of the ways that we can do that is actually by spinning up these kind of businesses and trying to make money. Like somebody was posting in, like, money. It's unfortunate, but it's an actual thing. And so, yeah, we want to transition a little bit. So as we were putting this entire conference together, we had a couple of names that we really, really wanted to ask. And this was the first name that we actually asked. Mr. Jate Live himself. Jate has he has been around for eons and eons and eons. I think Jate was actually born from the internet. Like I think a couple of computers just like spit him out, like Matrix style. And he just grew up streaming. I feel like Jate kind of just was walking around with the Justin TV backpack streaming things. You can correct me at any time here, Jate.
No, you got it.
Yeah, no, this is great. But we've talked a lot about our one today. We've talked about how to find our one. We've talked about really metrics for success and really the things we need to key in on looking as we're trying to be out in our mission field. We've talked about creating community and really launching a place for our ones to gather. But I think a lot of times we need to strip it back and we need to experiment. We need to improve. We need to ask ourselves some really honest and tough questions. And that's what Jade is here to do today. Jade, I'm going to turn it over to you. Feel free to interact with the chat however you want. We've got our spreadsheet with our questions that I'll be throwing in the chat as well. But ladies and gentlemen, some fives in chat for the only Mr. Jade Live.
Wow. What an intro. Okay. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, for me, I'm definitely going to be reading chat probably more because this is like what I do. This is what I really enjoy the most. And I'm just going to start with a quote. It says, people need to be reminded more often than they need to be instructed. I guess that's like Samuel Johnson, at least who's like given the credit for that. And I feel like that's true of just about everybody in this chat. I've been kind of stalking a little. I've just for the last hour probably been clicking through all your profiles and trying to get to know you guys because something that Druzy said really stood out to me. That it's about the people, and trying to get to know the people is really important. And so I recognize that there's like 33 of you looking in this here, and I'm sure some of us have like overlaps, but I recognize a lot of these names. Like I've seen you guys around. I'd say at least half of these names, and then the other half I've probably interacted with you in some way, and I maybe didn't even know it. So I don't think this is. I don't want to write a whole speech and then end up just giving advice that you're already aware of, And so I really want to be answering questions. If you have something that you want to hop off on, if there's something that you're like, oh, I have this specific question about my context, I'll do a very basic flyover first, and then let's get into like what your context is, because I think that's really the important part of if we're landing the plane, if we're talking about experimenting, then it really comes down to like your context. And I know what mine is, and I know what I'm going to go back to, but you're going to have like a very different context. And yeah, like George is saying, it's very important. And George has a 99% non-Christian audience. That's very different than somebody that's talking about, well, frankly, discipleship, because like I think there's evangelism and discipleship. And so if you're talking about this whole thing of like, how can I disciple people? You're kind of in the understanding that person knows who Jesus is. And if they don't, then like, oh, we have to start from ground zero. And so these are very different contexts. So we'll talk a little bit about both of those things and why I think it's beautiful that that's what you're doing and that's what you have, because I've worked very hard to try to get that, and it's very hard to maintain. So real quick, I'll just talk about myself. If I haven't met you before, nice to meet you. My name's Jate. I play a lot of video games. I've played over 3,000 games. At least that's the idea right now. I'm still working on the list of all the games, but yeah, a lot. Played a lot of them. And also watch a lot of anime. I've got, hundreds, thousands of hours of anime, big otaku, and I'm a Christian, and that's how I introduce myself to people on the regular is just, hey, you know, I believe there's a God who loves you, cares about you, wants the best for you, and I do too. And so the best way that I know how to do that is to pray. And so if that is something that you ever need, then feel free to ask for it in the chat. And so that's kind of been the heart blood of our streams for the last like 5+ years now. And I'm going to ask a couple questions just to get us going. But the questions are really, really simple. And again, I think it's more of a needing to be reminded more than instructed, because I think you guys know these things. And everything I'm sure that was said today was sort of like a, yeah, that feels right. That feels like where we need to go. So the first question that I had on here whenever was asked to come up with the questions was, do you really love God? And yeah, that's one I have to ask myself every day. It really is like, do I, you know? And so I have a couple verses, because I think verses are very grounding for us. There is the time when Jesus is back from the dead, and he says, you know, do you love me? Then feed my lambs. Do you love me? Then take care of my sheep. Do you love me? Then, you know that I love you, Lord. Then feed my sheep. And it's this like, if you love me, then I will know it because of your interaction with other people. I'll know it because of how you are, how you're feeding the people that are around you that need it. And another one, love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. Whoever has my commands and keeps them, it is he who loves me. He who loves me will be loved by my Father, and I will love him and manifest myself in him. So these are all just like kind of pointing back to this idea. Even like Jesus when saying, your family is outside, and he's like, who is my family? You know, those that do the will of God. And so if I'm a Christian, if I'm somebody that says that I really love God, then am I following what he's asking me to do? Am I the low-hanging fruits, the stuff that I know that's right in front of me? And then the other question that I think goes immediately with it is, do you really love people? Because there's the greatest commandment, right, is to love God, love people. And to all the other laws can all be boiled down to this. So treat others the way they want to be treated, I think is the big takeaway from that. So let each of you look not only to his own interest, but also to the interest of others. Just going through a couple quotes here from the Bible. Let all that you do be done in love. No one shows greater love than this, that he lays his life down for his friends. And like something Druzy said earlier that I totally agree with is people in an online space, time is like everything. You know? Time is like everything. Hey, Supersonic. Everyone Gamer. Yeah, we have so much more time online than we can have in person. And so I think that's it's like what's missing from a lot of today's stuff as well. We just don't have enough time to spend with people. And so we're like, man, I can't figure out how I would ever do this. But like when you have friends that you're hanging out with in person, then it's usually not hard to like, yeah, how can I talk with them about God? Because it just comes out naturally. If you really love God and you really love people, then it's natural. And so the biggest question for a lot of us is like, where are those spaces? And I think that's where we're going to want to get a little bit more intimate with whatever your context is, because I know it's going to be very different. And honestly, I want to, as quick as possible, get down to where I can just read your guys' comments and hear about your individual context and speak into that. So we're going to quickly go through this. Where can you create spaces to chat with people who'd never stepped foot in your church? And this was the, and I'll turn this on. I think this is maybe a little hot. Yeah, this is really, really important. And probably maybe the most important question really you could ask about any of the spaces that you're doing in online is like, where can I have these conversations? It's very similar to what they were just talking about with setting a table. Like, what is that? What is that? What is the table that you're setting? And what does it look like? What are the people that are going to be at it? And it's fine if they're Christians, but then like, how are you growing the Christians that God put in front of you? If it's non-Christians, awesome. You know, how can you have conversations with those people that they've never known a relationship with God? And you, as somebody that has answered yes to both of these things, you really love God and you really love people. And God even has most of his quotes talking about like, what does it look like to love God, are pointing to loving people. And this being a way to show. It says, when did we do these things for you, Lord? And he's like, anytime you gave a cup of cold water in my name, you did that as if you were doing it to me. And it's just repeated again and again and again. So it's just like, so where are those places for you, you know? And it's experimental, but it's very, very personal. And talking spaces are mostly gone today. And that was partially why, actually that's the main reason I was in digital. I was going to start a church. I was going to start a physical building church. I had a church planning residency. I had already gotten ready to go do a church for gamers and recognized that through Discord, I could have so many more conversations with people before I did that. So I went ahead and just started a Discord, invited a bunch of people. Before I knew it, we were playing video games and it turned into like 1,000 people. I mean, there's a couple steps in there, but we didn't really do a whole lot. And it just turned into like 1,000 people just grouped up. And when I prayed about like starting a church, I realized that 99% of the people in my Discord could not be there just because it was a physical space. So that by itself was going to make it impossible for most of my community to be a part of what I was going to be doing with most of my day. And digital just made sense. It was the only way for me to reach all of these people at the same time. So I have a couple understandings about where you guys are at right now. I know it's a very quick fly through, but I really think that this time will be better spent if I can just answer some questions instead. So let me, my understanding right now with some of you in here, like Ms. Talala, from what I've seen, yeah, you're talking about like a spreadsheet for discipling people. I think this is very good. Yeah. Assumably, most of your group is probably Christian, is my guess, if you're still in here. And I'm checking to see if you're still in here or not. Maybe not, I might have had to deck out. But yeah, they're talking about like having a spreadsheet for the group, and like, yeah, you should definitely know where people are at. And Druzy talking about that as well, saying like keeping notes. Joyjet with your non-Christian community, but you're connected through crew, so you can have people that you talk to that way that are Christian. I know that there was the suggestion to have like 3 Christians come alongside you. I think that's good. Like, do your context. I don't know where your gaming communities come from, if it's from streaming or for in person, but definitely bring some others alongside you. They went in groups of 2 when they were doing like in the Bible. And like Simeon, if you're still in here, I don't know if you are, but yeah, yeah. Simeon, good to see you. Yeah, you've got VR. You're doing like VR MMO type stuff as well. Super cool. Like be in that space. You know, we've talked about VR being kind of almost awkward because you have so much communication with a person. And I've had some of the best communications I've had with friends in VR. Dr. Level Up, you're doing your Tether videos, your flight. You've got Blessing Boat, you're helping other people. Andrew with Scotland, and like, yeah, Scotland, 85% gamers between the ages of 16 and 25, and that's like down from like 90 something the year before. Like Scotland's definitely doing gaming. And you go to their website, and it's like mostly in-person events, but like, you know, there can be gaming things too, and there's probably lots of people that would love to do that. And so I guess my point is, a lot of these things are you already know. They're already really low-hanging fruit, and so I more just want to hear what you guys have questions about. You know, if you don't feel like you're doing this effectively, you know, why? And if you feel like you are, then like what's working? And like, let's talk about that. So let me scroll through these. I just got that real quick, so we can read these instead. Are you more again believer, Christian, apart from hardcore gamer? Yes, absolutely. What kind of boundaries do you keep yourself away from getting yourself out of track of being a faithful Christian? That's a really good question. Yeah, more often, so for me, I'm kind of in a similar space. Maybe Joyjet to you, it's a little different. I'd say my goal is 50-50 Christian non-Christian. So I'm primarily most of my day trying to find non-Christians, and it's a little difficult because if you're an outspoken Christian, it's going to push away people who are like adamantly against Christianity. There might be people that are searching, but most people are not searching. Most people are just kind of existing. And if there's something that we disagree with, we tend to just like drop it. Happens with social media, happens with everything, really. Like if there's something that you're hanging out with, all of a sudden you just like find out something weird about them. You're like, yeah, I have lots of other options. just drop them. It's really sad. So instead, people don't really care how much you know until they know how much you care. And getting to really know people is, I think, key. I know Bubba Love the Nerd has said that like you will know that I'm a Christian, but it may not be the first thing you know. And I think that while it's the most important thing to me and about me, it's like doing it in a way that I can actually have a relationship with you, so you don't your perceptions don't like get in the way. And that's probably the right way to put it, because I would rather just be able to come right out and say like, yeah, I'm a Christian, I want to talk about it. But people have perceptions of what that means, and they will just assume things that are not true. And so I have to like ask you what your favorite game is first. I can ask you what your favorite anime is first, and then we talk about it. And through those conversations, then I think about naturally. And when I think about naturally, in my opinion, in my context, it's prayer. Like prayer is almost always the first step. If I have a relationship with you, things are not always going to be good. And pretty quickly, most of the time, people recognize that like, oh, this is somebody who seems like they're pretty open, they're pretty like willing to talk about stuff. I've got this thing I'm dealing with. Cool, like let's pray about it. And online, the best and worst thing about online, I've said this a lot, is that it's anonymous. So it's the best thing because it means that you can very quickly. Well, okay, let's do the worst thing first. The worst thing that it's anonymous is that people can just disappear. If I say something and the person is not, they're not having it, they just don't like whatever I said, they can just disappear. And so that's the worst thing about anonymous. The best thing is that people can just disappear. So if they decide, you know, hey, I can just say whatever I want right now. I've got questions about God. I can just let it rip. And if I don't like this guy, then like, that's fine. I can just block him. I'll never hear from him again. He doesn't know my address. And so it's not like he's going to come find me or anything like that. So it is the best and worst thing. I get people very quickly who I say, I'll pray for them. They're like, well, yeah, you can pray for me, but just say no, I hate God. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Let's talk about that. Yeah. When I do online meeting, I'm going to touch points daily, then just 1 week. Many more touch points, right? Yeah, for me, it's usually a lot of hours. When I first started doing it, it was 17 hours a day for about a year. And then now I try to keep it down to like 8 to 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. But that's not, I really do that. And like, I'm single and that's the thing I do. But I think for a lot of people, having even just an hour a day is way more than you have if you were just even at church, for instance, you know, where you've got 30 minutes sermon, 45 minutes, something like that. We do Games and God, we read 3 chapters of the Bible on Saturdays. That's kind of our main connection point is let's talk about the week, let's play video games, whatever. I'm hoping that at some point people come to Saturday. Like they will just see it in the corner of their eye and be like, what the heck is that? And come to it and let's just talk. And it's been, 5 years or something of us doing 1 chapter of the Bible, and it takes about like 4 hours a lot of times. Because people just have questions or read off on a different topic, and it just becomes a different thing. So I was like, let's not write too much. I did write some notes really quickly, but I'm also going to just like read what you guys are saying here. So I'm out in chat, I'm thinking pretty on Game Gospel. One parallel is completely a new thing in Indian context. How do you think this can actually become reality in India successfully where gamers can go daily? Yeah, I think for context in India, well, for one, you will know better than anybody. You know, what does this? I'll connect this to your thing, but this is for everybody, and this is the same thing that like, I thought a lot about as well. If we're thinking about context for somebody that's very, very different than us, we have to think very, very differently than we currently think. So anything that you're currently used to, you need to attach a different word to, so that you can think about it from the perspective of somebody else, right? A lot of us grew up in the church. And maybe not the case in India, but for many of us, like we grew up in the church. And so for me, whenever I think of church and I'm talking to a non-Christian friend, I think about what would it take for me to go to a mosque? and I've never seen a mosque. I think I'm like, I don't know what religion. I think that's a Muslim thing. Like that sounds like sacrilegious and so on and so forth. Like that sounds really bad to me. I would never want to go to a mosque. Right? Okay, perfect. That's the right kind of thinking then. This person has really negative connotations to whatever your church is, and so they don't want to come to your church because they will be ostracized by their friends and it will be a bad thing. Like, so what would it take for you to go to a church? What would it take for you to go to a mosque on a Sunday? And just seeing a really nice graphic won't do it. And having a really nice band isn't going to cut it. And having nice coffee in the lobby is not what's going to get them to come to your mosque. So you have to like really seriously think about it. What would it take? What does it mean to treat others the way you want to be treated? And for me personally, if I had a close friend, if I had somebody that I played video games with throughout the week, and that person said, I've been going to a mosque recently, and I know it's kind of weird, I know it's not like the normal thing, but it's a thing, and like what they're saying makes sense, and so I would love to just chat about it with you, but like I need some context. Would you just come with me to the mosque? I know things kind of weird. We go to the entrance, they got coffee. You're gonna go, you're gonna sit down, you're gonna drink coffee, and then we're gonna stand up, and it's this thing, and they do a prayer. Don't worry about it. Music, sit down, listen to sermon, and then we're gonna leave. But like afterwards, I'll pay for dinner, and like we can just talk about it. I want to hear what your experience was, what you thought was strange or not, and like we just discuss it, you know. And like if somebody asked me to do that, they're like, no pressure. It's just I would like you to try it. Sure, I would go to your mosque. Like I would do it. And I would just to see, you know. And then so same thing. Think about that through anything that you're trying to get people to go to. Anything you're trying to get people to talk to. Replace in my head. I replace when we're talking. I replace the word like God or Bible or religion with science. Because if we're talking about in my head, if I'm trying to invite somebody to something, if somebody asked me to come to a science study, I would not be interested in a science study. No, I don't want to study science with you. Studying is like there's a test at the end or something. I'm not interested in a science study. Okay, but if you said, let me phrase it, we want to come to a science discussion where it's people that are they're not the like leading experts in science or anything like that. It's just something that like is an important topic, and so I think we should discuss it. It needs a space for discussion, but discussion is mostly out these days, and so it's just a place for us to talk about it and to give like a first look for people that have maybe like not thought about science in a really long time or maybe even ever. I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe maybe not really up my alley, but if I'm available on a Saturday, I might do that. That's what we do. That's why we don't call it Bible studies. I don't say come to my Bible study. That's a very Christian thing to say. So instead, I come to our Bible discussion where we talk about Bibles. The first time maybe people have never read the Bible before, never been to church. I get it. I'm not a pastor. I'm not like a super smart guy. It's not like I've read the Bible a couple times though, and like I'd be willing to talk about it if anybody's interested and like discuss it because I think it's too important not to. But like it's a first passing over for people. And so thinking about your context in whatever way it is like how do you phrase whatever the thing is that you're doing in a way that makes sense to people who have no context to the words that you use. And like you're gonna use Christian words that sound very natural and normal to you. And it's like you're speaking a totally different language to them. And so think about it like through a different context, different lines, I guess. Hopefully that was something there is helpful. Hopefully that's been my context this Friday. I'll be challenging getting students to a week of spiritual conversations and fear games. I'm suggesting they start with today. I'm asking about people's faith. Could I ask you a few questions about what we believe? Yeah, I mean, like that might work. Again, for me, a lot is having a space, creating a space. Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. So they're going into the games and talking to people for the first time. I've seen it be effective. So I know that it can be, but for me personally, it's not something that's been super effective. Although I have done it through Destiny and like a couple things at the end of raids where it's been okay. But most of the time, those conversations are kind of one-offs and they're with random people and they're not like with friends. And for me, I've had a lot more lasting relationship success with people that I've become friends with. So that's. The problem that I touched on earlier, I think we should fly back over, is that there's no talking spaces anymore. Like, part of why Twitch is so awesome, and even what we're doing right now is so awesome, although I'm going to get some, but yeah, it's not, there's no places to talk anymore. And this happened before COVID, but COVID didn't help. COVID did help, but it helped with pushing the digital even harder. So there's not places to just talk to people. You can go, a lot of those places of addiction, if you go to a bar, you can drink with somebody and talk at the same time. If you smoke, you can stand up and smoke with somebody. If you're an Uber driver, you can talk to somebody as you're driving them an Uber. If you're next to somebody on a plane. Outside of those things, and maybe a bowling alley, like they don't really exist spaces anymore for talking. You can go to the park, everybody's walking the dog, they're not interested. You can go to a grocery store, they are getting the groceries and not interested. You can go to the mall, people already have their clicks. Like you don't just randomly walk up to somebody and talk. Which is why places like VRChat are so interesting to me. VRChat's like an online VR space where you can literally just walk up to somebody and chat with them. And it feels so strange at first because it's like this is the opposite of real world. But because of that pseudo anonymous that you can just block somebody and not ever like conversation again, I think that's why it's allowed to be on a space like that. But you have similar spaces in video games where you're just playing a video game and you have some context of like we both played the same game. But I think it's trying to get past that, beyond just that like first time interaction. And if it's adding somebody in a game so you can play again, then like awesome. And then praying for those people. Like make a list and think about where's that person at right now and how can I have a conversation with that person. I think these are just super important like first steps. But I'm gonna keep trying to scroll down so you catch more. You catch what we're saying. Jay, how you move from fans to personal connections and opening up in a community? Well. Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, I don't have a lot of fans. It's just like get to know people, and so I think it's kind of connected to that. But yeah, being really open, people will reciprocate. It's a funny thing in Japanese. It happens in English too, where in Japanese, the way that you ask a question is the way somebody responds. So if you say like the words you use for what's your favorite food, then it's the same as they use like my favorite food is, and it's just sort of that's how it's framed. And I think the same thing is happening a lot with pretty much all communication, where people will naturally reciprocate what you're doing. If you're really open about something, the more open that you are to them, the more open they're willing to be. It's like breaking down a wall. So I try to be very, very open. I crave moments that I can be more vulnerable than. Yeah, like on stream, that's the case. If I find something that I'm like, oh yeah, this would be a really kind of vulnerable thing to say right now, then I know that's something I should say right then. And because being vulnerable, we tend to want to like, I want to have all the right answers. I want to have all the right Christian answers. And if I have the right answers, then I'll be able to answer people's questions really well, and then that will like convert them to Christian. More often, it's like, hey, I'm having lots of questions too. These are all questions we were asking. Me too. I've also thought about that. And yeah, that's a really good point. And I don't have all the answers, but like, let's explore it together. Let's look it up on Google. And like, yeah, I don't know. According to this, it's saying such and such thing. And like, what do you think about that? And people are more often like, oh, okay, so like, I'm not strange for having a couple questions about like the anger of God is a confusing topic. Let's talk about it, you know. And if people know that you're willing to be like, well, you have to be willing to be wrong. You have to be willing to like, maybe what I say is right, maybe what I say is wrong, and can that be okay? Can it be okay that I don't know all the answers? Because otherwise the other person's gonna be afraid to ask questions that like maybe they don't have the answers to, you know. So yeah, I'd say opening up in the community is really like you have to open up. The level that you're willing to open up